Hello, hello, hello. Sunday. Hope it's a good one so far. Not much going on here. Just getting my day started, doing my stream, working the streets. I'm gonna check the news here in just a second. This is my first peek at the world today, so let's see. Oh yeah, something happened with Israel and Hezbollah and the Golan Heights. Fires in California. Harris got a poll boost. Um, that's about it. And can look at Twitter, see if there's anything there. How is everyone else's Sunday? Oh, this is open panel. By the way, there you go. And the link should be pinned. Oh, yeah, I'm seeing a lot of tweets about that Olympic ceremony. Y'all know I got a takedown notice last night over it. Remember we played the footage? I had to cut all of that out to keep the stream up. They I don't know if it's the Olympic Committee or the news station or whoever, but I saw some tweets on Twitter where a lot of people were getting hit for showing footage. I think something like the opening ceremony of the Olympics should be available globally to sit like just to people across the world or whoever the Olympics represents. I feel the same way about political speeches, campaign rallies, historical events. I don't think they should be able to copyright like public footage that has historical relevance or relevance to the public good, I guess, or public square, like in a democracy. We should have access to that footage and be able to discuss it. So that happened. Let me see. I'm just going through some tweets. No, it looks like not much new. I don't really have anything either. Where was I on topics? I don't even remember. Oh, let's see. Shiva is streaming. Looks like he's doing a hate stream about Tarek. No, Tarek. Oh, Tarayek. That's that little Irish kid. Angel is streaming. iFi is playing a video game. Right. Um, any of them are interesting. Honestly, the most interesting one is they're all wonderful. We love all everyone. They're a valuable member of the community. Is iFi's video game. He's in a submarine. Here, I could probably show it, or is it copyrighted? If he's streaming it, I should be able to. I don't want to risk it. I don't want to get copyrighted over iFi. Hi, Philip. What's up? Doing my thing. Um, my Sunday is so exciting that I'm watching iFi play a video game and and talking about it on stream. How's yours? No politics of. Oh, I guess I'm disappointed to say I don't have a Jesus update. I'm still making my way through the books, but I think it's wearing off. I'm not getting. I think more than anything, it was a memory. It like put me in touch with the previous memory from childhood. Oh wow, barbecue tri-tip. That sounds good. Sundays were always a big thing growing up. Sunday dinners. We did the whole family thing. Because my grandmother lived across the street and she had siblings, and then my mom sister had her husband had cousins, and then I had uncles. So on any given Sunday, they were either relatives coming to one of our houses, or we were going to one of their houses, and it was always a big cooking day. Place your hands on Jeff. Oh, yeah. I want to talk about salvation because I'm still not clear of what it's salvation from. If it's from mind-numbing boredom and stagnation to the point of emotional breakdown, I could see getting saved from that. But I associate it with rescuing too, and I don't like rescuing. I don't like being rescued. Like if I was drowning in quicksand, which I kind of pretty much am, and somebody came by with a branch, I would be like, "No, I'll get myself out of it. I don't need you to help me. I'll get myself out of this." And then I would keep sinking. But it's my screwy mutant brain, the way it thinks. Yeah, and we used to do like growing up Cajun or out in the country or some combination of the two. If there were opportunities to cook and eat outdoors, we took them as many chances as we could get. So we were always like barbecue. My grandfather had the big barrel. They would take a barrel and they would cut it and make a barbecue grill out of it. He had the big barrel barbecue, and they were boiling crawfish or frying fish or anything outdoors. And then we had the big picnic table. We would all sit around and eat outdoors under the trees, and it was great. And then we'd have the watermelon. They cut the big slices of watermelon, and we'd go sit outside and eat the watermelon. So a lot of the Sunday cooking things were also outdoor events. Every Sunday kind of was like a little mini family reunion, really. I grew up. We grew up very close to our extended families, our cousins, aunts, uncles, and that's on my mom's side. My dad's side was not as close like that. Salvation. Ooh, I'm interested in this because I definitely am guilty of self sabotage. That's the masochism, um, and the imposter syndrome. Yes, but another thing I'm not though, which I think helps me, is a perfectionist. I set reasonable standards and expectations for myself, and if I get within that range or it's close enough is good enough for me. Um, and so I don't have the stress of trying to achieve perfection. So it's some kind of middle ground between self sabotage and a satisfactory achievement. Even in school, I made good grades, like A's and B. Mostly I got B's because I never did homework. And every now and then I would get a B on a test or something. But I didn't put a lot of effort into my school. I put just enough effort in to get the A's and B's, and that was good enough for me. So I never accepted the gifted school. That's where I learned to challenge myself. Yin yang, yin yang. What's yin yang? Ylang ylang. That was a it was a plant oil. Back when I was in the New Age, I was a witch, a Wiccan. We had like these essential plant oils, and you could do spells with them, and flower essences, and ylang ylang was one of them, and it smelled really good. And I would actually wear it to the gay bar. I had my own combination of oils that I would put on my neck, and when the guys would dance, they would smell it and ask me if it was such a cologne, like some fancy cologne, and I'd be like, "No, that's my essential oils," and they'd be like, "Oh, that's interesting. Oh, look, I left my drink over here. I'm gonna go grab it," and then you never see them again. Brandon is live on his channel too. If you get bored with me and want a wider selection of Looney Tune characters, you can find some on his channel. See, all that stuff is too abstract. When Philip said self-sabotage, that resonated right away. Because, us fallen angels, we're always falling. And if we're not falling, we're going to trip ourselves so that we can start falling again. Because sometimes that's all we know. And so self-sabotage, I understand. Although I also have to give myself credit for, and other people, I think, should as well, for the successes and the times that I don't sabotage and the things I have pulled off professionally and like personal goals, volunteer and life goals, and relationships. I was able to have one of the best, healthiest relationships in my life. And that was because of through both of our efforts. So it wasn't something that just happened. I put work into that to make it happen. I've had successful jobs and careers, mostly before moving to the Pacific Northwest. Jocko, yeah, I follow him on YouTube. I have some friends that are into him. In fact, I was hoping he would back when this was going to be a men's mental health channel, which it still is, but it's a whole bunch of other. It's a whole gumbo of things. I had wanted him to come on the show and talk. Salvation in the view of forgiveness for what? The hardest forgiveness is the self forgiveness, and even like the little small moments when I can achieve it, it wears off, and it goes back to self torment like within hours, for sure by the next day. So it's something you have to constantly keep repeating. It's not just you forgive yourself and it's over. At least for me. So in that sense, it makes it like not even worth bothering. Yeah, if I could forgive myself, like 99% of my mental health issues would be solved. Just can't do it. I'm harder on myself than I am on other people. So if y'all think I'm bad on other people, I'm that much worse on my own self. Yeah, the bald headed guy. Hey, me. Um, Now this is starting to sound like AA stuff. Making amends. No, it's hard. I don't think I ever will forgive myself for putting myself in harm's way like I did by coming up here and moving it with that kook that I did. That was a very dangerous thing to do and a stupid thing. No, no, I don't think I can. And even when I think I do, it like I said, it comes back. So it's always going to be something that I hold against myself. I know, but it's like those stupid things that are life altering, and if you could go back in time and change that one little tiny moment, your whole life would be so completely different. Do you mean do you mean Jesus or actual Jesse? You might have them confused. Oh no, it's a lifelong. Once it happens, like I've been in that situation since the moment it happened. What 15? It'll be 15 years this year, like almost to the month. So a decade and a half. It's 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 definitely something to learn from, but it's not something I'm going to ever stop kicking myself over because I knew if I had listened to that inner voice like Socrates, none of it would have happened. In fact, the other day I was talking. This ties into Jesus. I was talking about Jesus and submission to authority and the Father, and how I don't really find a lot of that at Satanism. And then I thought back to my one experience with submitting to somebody else other than myself, which was the guy I came up here for. And I remember because I had the plane ticket booked and everything. What I did, like I visited for a week and then I went back to New Orleans. I quit my job. I signed my lease, like ended my lease for the apartment, everything. Like I tied up all the loose ends. I put everything I own in boxes, 12 big giant boxes, and I drove them to UPS or FedEx, one of them, and I shipped them to Seattle so that when it was time to leave, it was just me and a plane ticket and a carry-on bag with my laptop and like a change of clothes for one night. Um, and so the night before I was supposed to hop on the plane, I remember we talked on the phone, and that was the time, like if there were any doubts, that was the time to talk about them, get them out of the way, everything. This was the final conversation before I took the leap or the plunge. And I remember I was like telling him, I set everything up. Are we gonna do this? Is this the right thing to do? And I remember this is his exact words. He said, "Trust me, put your life in my hands." Now, if somebody tells you that, especially if they're a stranger, and this is what I would have told anybody at that time that came to me with this, I would have told them to be very stupid and to be cautious and don't do this. So when he said that, there was a pause in my mind and I thought through it. And I said, what if I don't know everything about myself or life or reality like I think I do, the ego? What if for once in your life somebody actually knows you better than you know yourself or knows life better than you do? So, as an experiment, this one time, why don't you trust another human? Just do what he says. Just trust that it's going to be okay, and put your future in somebody else's hands. So I did that, and the next day I woke up and I got on that plane with my little carry-on. And I remember all the stress and anxiety on the plane ride. It was like the whole plane ride, it was the inner turbulence. It was the tossing and turning inside of did I make the right choice? And it was like a 6-hour flight. So in 6 hours I was gonna find out. And there was nothing I could do. I couldn't turn back, anything. And I landed and he picked me up and we drove back to his house. And I remember walking in the house with the carry-on, and because I had visited a month before, and going to the TV room and sitting on the carpet and feeling like I was home. I had the feeling of being at home, finally being in the right place, being very relaxed, and feeling a huge sigh of relief that I had trusted somebody else, and I had made the right decision. I had landed safely in Seattle, and I was going to start a new life with this amazing person. And that was the beginning, like at the beginning of a horror movie before they start to roll the opening credits. Like in Scream, where she's the babysitter's in the house and they keep calling her on the phone. That was the moment just before the horror movie starts. Little did I know. I thought I had done everything right and made the right choice. And in the back of my mind, in the very soul of my being, is that a thing? I knew not to get on that plane, and I knew not to trust him, and I overrode it as an experiment. So I rolled dice with my own life, on my own psyche, and my own mental health, and that was a very careless thing to do. I would not have let a friend do that. if they had come to me, but I let my own self do it. Oh, yeah, thanks a lot. I haven't even looked at numbers. I know we're close. I think we're less than 80 away. Like I said yesterday, I feel like we crossed a hill or a curve or something, and it's just a straight stretch of highway to the end. I could see the city on the hill. It's just getting there, and I think we're there. We're just. I know we're gonna make it. We're gonna make that 80. I know we are. Oh, it took me 3 tries to watch that movie. I remember my mom wanted to rent it from the video store one night, and we were both scared of it. So we put it on. We thought we'd watch it together. And the very first scene where she's alone in the house and she gets the phone call and it starts getting creepy. We're like, we turned it off. Like neither one of us could do it. And then I think I was with some friends or they had it and they wanted me to try again, so they put it in and the same scene. It got too suspenseful. It got too intense, too edge of my seat. And I couldn't do it. I had to turn it off. And then like a year or two later I was in Vegas. And I was on a date actually with this guy. It was a blind date, a guy from the internet. And we decided to just meet at his house for some reason. And so we were going to stay in and watch videos, VHS tapes. And he had Scream. That was one of the ones. And he talked me into trying it for a third time. And he said, this is what did it for me. He said that he would lay on the couch next to me and I could lay in his arms and watch it. And he would put my arms around me if I got scared. And like, who could resist that? Come on. That was the best deal I was ever going to get for making it through this movie. And it worked. And I was scared and I watched it and I knew she was going to get killed. Not to spoil it for anybody, but everybody gets killed. It's a slasher flick. Um, and she did, and it was creepy and scary, just like I hate. And then the credits rolled and the movie started. And oh my God, it was one of the funniest. I enjoyed the movie so much. I watched the Scream 2, Scream 3. I watched the Netflix series, except for the latest one. It got kind of woke and dumb. But so much fun. I don't know why it took me so long to get into that movie, get past that first scene, or why I'm even talking about it. Welcome everybody. This is just a ordinary panel on an ordinary Sunday, as ordinary as they ever turn out to be. Last night's was pretty ordinary. We had Busker and Phillip, and the night before it was very ordinary. We talked about water pumps for a while, a long while. Life is good. I feel good. Good things are always happening to me and for those around me. Um, I don't want to feature your. This is a comment in the chat comment. What do you call it? I call it the comments, but people tell me the thing under the video is the comments, and that's the chat. I was reading from the chat, but it's not somebody I want to feature on the screen. Yeah, Sunday fun day. We'll find out how fun it is. So far, so good. No bad days. They are kind of in reality really is in your mind. It's whatever your state your mind is in. After I lost Mike when I was in grief, actual reality meant nothing. It was the reality in my head for the days and weeks after that was actual reality. Um, so I think reality is more your mental state than anything else. And I could have had the best days in the world. In fact, in some ways, I did. I had some pretty good days and a great community of people around. But inside, my reality would not have experienced it as good. Oh, we touched on. Yeah, we kind of did that. like I said, I'm letting the political stuff just ride. I know they're both gonna say crazy shit that people are gonna make memes and tweets about. Um, so I'm just letting all of that noise happen for the next 3 or 4 months, and I'm kind of not paying attention to any of it. I'm voting for Trump, barring anything absolutely insane that just repulses me away from voting for him, but mainly because of the DEI stuff. But I'm preparing for a Kamala victory and 4 or 8 more years of that crap. And for the people that are obsessed with and worried about Christian nationalism, here, let's do this. Show me the Christian version of this. This is wa.gov, so it's the state of Washington. This is an entire department in the state government. It's their Office of Equity, Equity and Justice for All, in big old capital letters. Um, Legislative Priorities, Racial Equity Hub. Show me the Christian version of this that's embedded in state policy, the Christian nationalists, or even anything based on Christian ethics. I know Louisiana passed the Ten Commandments law, etc. Um, and 1 second. And I'm just giving a few examples. I've done streams and streams on many of these examples. Hey, Hank, show
Hey,
me
Jeff.
Christian nationalist version of this. This is the federal government. SAMHSA.gov, the Substance Abuse Mental Health Services Administration. Behavioral Health Equity, an entire department. Look, Office of Behavioral Health Equity. Show me the Christian version of this in our government. So those of you that are panicking about a theocracy or Christian nationalism, the shit I'm worried about is actually already in our government as an actuality.
Well,
What's
I'm
up?
a Christian globalist, so you should panic. That's ours.
Uh-oh. We should be worried about you.
No, that's ours. I'm a Christian globalist, so
I
that
will
website.
say I don't underestimate you. Whatever your goals are, I certainly would not underestimate you.
Yes, unlike how a lot of people. I know how to use Blender now, so I can make my own clips. I can clip streams into small files now.
Oh, fun. Do you have any
Absolutely.
released or any you want to share?
I have some unlisted right now. In fact, I don't think they're appropriate for you.
Oh.
I'll send them to you, but I don't think you don't want to play them. So you don't
All right.
you.
Yeah, at least send them to me. Especially after last night, I got dinged for the Olympic footage.
Mm-hmm. So we're going.
Let's see
Have
what
you been following the Jack Talcott situation?
is it part of the loop or is it a new situation? Or are we still on
It's
the same spiral?
I think it's not a part of a loop. It's a new it gets a new rung in the loop. So
All
right
right.
now he's being
There's nothing else
accused.
going on. Hit me with it.
Yeah, he's being accused of something that allegedly happened before he was born. So like 33 years ago.
Oh, okay.
So I'm praying for good record keeping because otherwise it's just more hearsay. It's just smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
Smoke and no fire.
Something new other than he's already been accused of?
It's not really.
Oh, okay.
Pretty
Just more of the
much
same.
just
Probably
more
the
the
same
same.
people.
Yes, the same people. No victim name. No police report. So it's same shit, different day.
I got a video. I picked up a new hate watcher. Well, not really a new hate watcher, but they're putting more effort. They're upping their game. I got a video clip of me yesterday alleging some things because I said I like to give my favorite part of Halloween is handing out candy to the kids and scaring them with the scary music.
Oh, hey, watch other than me. I guess we could see that. Yes.
Yeah. So, what you have some drama going on, huh?
Yeah. So I contacted the Keystone Cop crew on King Stevens yesterday. That was pretty much the Talcott thing. What else do I have? Um, I've been emailing Aluma Tommy, and apparently he's apparently he wants to have his own cult, and I think I can. I don't think I can actually join any cults for some
Jack or
reason.
Tommy?
Tommy.
Oh, I think they all want their own cults.
But the thing is, Jack would be fine if he could just become a what's it called, a lobbyist.
Are
That
you still working, like grooming him for your
oh,
purpose?
absolutely. Um, I'm not a big fan of communism, but wars are stupid. So of course of
Yeah, I mean,
course,
I vote him too. And now that we have Jesus, they're getting easy and easier to avoid.
yeah,
Even on the panel, I noticed there's been less of them.
yeah. I've been eating the trolls, so there's less trolls.
Ah, okay. Well, that's useful too, like a mongoose.
Yeah, and none of them want to dig into my past because it's not
You don't have
pretty.
one.
It's not pretty for them, so they're not gonna attempt. I think Officer Snap's trying to call my church. I asked him.
Are you
I
serious?
Yeah, he said yeah. He's
What?
trying to call church. And I told him to just do it live. Pick up the phone, call him now. And then he said, I don't know where it is. He doesn't remember that Sunny Hill, the UU Church of the South Hills, Pittsburgh is my church. And I
What
said
would he call him and tell? Like, yo, do y'all know y'all have a black gay witch pogo
hey,
in there?
yes, that's what he would say. And he said, yeah, we love him. He cuts our lawn.
Did, did did you warn your church members like, hey, this crazy guy from the internet might call if he does?
I
Just
I tried and they deleted it because it was inappropriate. So they don't. So they'll censor me just for referencing it. So there's no chance that they give me a crap about what he says.
they would censor you. Your church people would censor you.
Yeah, just for referencing it. So they're not gonna give a two fucks about what he says. They could cut me off for just
Wow.
referencing
Are
it.
you sure that's the church for you?
Well, I don't know better church because like I tried LDS and they just want me to be a cosmic slave of Yahweh and just ain't doing that. For
No,
some
stop
magic
this black
underpants.
man.
For some magic underpants, no. I'll enchant my
Yeah,
own
I'm
freaking underpants.
that the underwear alone would turn me off. That seemed like it would be hard to get converts from that alone.
Yeah, they're nice people, but still, it's not for me. So it's a closest organized religion, but I probably had to go to disorganized religion for like today. They were doing a sermon on never giving up. So I luckily we were staffed at work today, so I got there like an hour early. But I decided not to stay for the service because the sermon wasn't appropriate for me because
So
I
you
already
gave up.
yeah, no, pretty
Oh.
much I left early. That's not the same thing as giving up.
You gave up on the sermon.
Yes, because I didn't need it. It wasn't
Really?
appropriate for me because that's not my problem.
Well, so it
I,
worked. Their sermon worked. It taught the lesson.
no.
Okay. Well, someone was asking about Project 2025. I'm not that worried about it. It's it was a thing put out by what the Heritage Foundation, a think tank
Yes,
out
the
in the
counter.
open. It doesn't seem like some sinister behind the scenes agenda. It just seems like somebody's policy vision. And knowing Trump, when he gets in there, he's going to do whatever he wants to do in the moment. He's not going to
Yeah,
follow anybody's anything.
yeah. He'll be back on Twitter, complaining about his own administration.
Yeah, so I'm not worried about it at all. Besides, the DEI stuff I just showed that's actually in government now, I still think is worse than the Project 2025 stuff.
Yeah, and this Project 2030, which no one wants to talk about, that's still in
What
progress.
is that? That's the same people?
Um, no, it's different people, but it thinks probably the green stuff.
Is it the Saudi vision from the king from Saudi Arabia,
Uh,
bin Salman?
no.
Uh,
It's a plan to solve global climate change one. That's the Project 2030. Um, but
oh,
I
right.
don't know how they're gonna do it unless they destroy the sun.
Our planet faces a systemic crisis. We're already in overshoot. I've been there before.
But
Good morning,
yeah, I
Philip.
don't. It's warmer, but I don't mind it, so I don't see the problem yet.
I don't either, and I'm not going to be around, so selfishly, it's not my issue. I'll leave it for the next generation.
And the snow's bad for my car, so I'd rather have less of it.
And my
So,
carbon footprint, you're not going to find a lower carbon footprint than me, except maybe one of these people out in the woods. Um, I don't drive. I walk everywhere. I use very little carbon. So I'm doing my part already. I'm doing more than any of these climate preachy people.
but did you factor in climate credit magic, where you pretend that you're carbon negative when you're just bribing people?
I guess I'll get to that. My people will get on it. Hey, Philip, what's up?
Hey, brothers.
Brothers in Christ.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Good afternoon. Thanks
Time
for
of
going
day.
live. Time check would be 1:40.
All right.
Oh, you're West
So
Coast.
your time zone's Pacific. I'm in Eastern, so it's 4:40 for me.
Did you go? Did you work already? Or are you going later?
You're asking.
You.
I went already.
Okay.
I'm not a weekend worker. I'm a Monday through Friday worker.
Friday through Tuesday.
Nice. Nice. Who cares about work? I hate talking about work.
Well,
What
at
you?
least you have work to do.
Bro,
Yeah. What you notice is that I'm on panel for like 8 hours a week.
More than that.
I think just like for the months I've been on panel, there's maybe like an hour and 30 minutes of me talking about work, and that hour's from talking with famous people. So
Do you do that trick that Pine Creek taught us where you check to see who's been talking about you each week?
Yeah, no one talks about KingFillip.
yes, I do use that trick.
I'm gonna start using it more.
But usually,
Really? I think that's a waste of time. Who cares what people are talking about you for?
well,
It's-
that we call oppositional research. I want to use that to control them. So if
What about
yeah.
opportunity? You know, so it's
Wait,
like
what is? I just found a new channel. What YouTube criers and liars? Zatoichi makes gossip queen Sarone allegedly cry while lying about MMA allegedly on Gen X Jeff. What the heck? See, it worked. I didn't even know what this
All right,
channel is.
let's check this out, Jeff. Let's review this because it's content about you, so you technically can review it without getting copyright, right?
196 subscribers, so they're a small channel.
This is great. Actually, this is good content for you. Good job, man. I like that you
Yeah.
got that tip from Pine Creek Doug.
You know what?
I'm interested. What is that? What is that? Like
Music
a
on
old?
it that may or may not be
Yeah, I need to
copyrighted.
watch that show.
No, there won't be music behind it because he's commentating. You know, his
It's
commentary
a
on your
stupid video. It's like clips of Mike Cerrone cut with different movie clips and movie monsters and stupid stuff.
Yeah,
That's
when
what
I
I mean. That's
when I clip stuff, I just do pretty much the content.
It's drama stuff, but the trick worked. I would never have known about that video
what
if I
my
had
question
not
is.
done the search.
Is it necessary knowledge now? Like, was it worth it to do
No, I'll
that?
probably forget
That's
about
what I
it
mean.
in
Like, I don't know
very
if it's
few
worth it for
seconds.
me because
I'm already looking at a different video.
So
Yeah, so there's nothing new on me. Most of the guys, most of my opposition doesn't barely produce his own content. So just my best chance is just running into them on the panel, and they haven't progressed in a while.
yeah, it's sad to see channels not really progress and just loop.
But some people come for the like that, like with certain sitcoms, it'll be the same formula every show, and they'll run for years and years and years, run for like 15 years, the same sitcom, because people go for that predictability, that formula.
Isn't it the details that vary in the sitcom? I understand that there's a certain formula, but I would think the details vary.
Yeah,
I
I
understand it's the
guess
same
in these
shit.
loops, the details don't even vary.
Oh wow, yeah, I didn't really watch a lot of sitcoms. I didn't really watch a lot of sitcoms. I
Yeah.
it wasn't entertaining. I thought it was like the B-rated entertainment.
Because you didn't watch the black ones; those were the good ones.
Yeah.
Well, I was always taught that like back in the day there was movie stars, and then there's the people who did TV, and there was a separation between that group.
Then
But
there's
nowadays,
politicians.
it's a blend. You can be a movie star and you can be a hit sitcom star, or I don't know, was a TV series star.
Yeah,
Before
or
it was-
YouTuber and a professional wrestler such as Logan Paul, the notorious scammer known as Logan Paul. Who's a
wrestler
WWE
and boxer,
superstar.
right? Wrestler and
He's
boxer.
he's in WWE now.
Yeah, so I guess he's just a professional athlete,
Yeah,
YouTuber, and professional athlete. Yeah.
and scammer.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah. Whoa. Hank's not holding any cards back.
Oh, I have an extra
Full
deck.
house. Yeah,
Oh, that's just his starter deck.
he plays with a Taro deck and a standard deck. He's like, I got an extra card for you, mofos. Bad luck. Bad luck.
But Philip, do you edit video at all?
I tried editing video on Clipchamp, which is a Microsoft program, and Canva, which is a free video editing program for with like templates.
Yes, I learned edit video with Blender. It's a 3D modeling program, but it supports audio and visual video editing in the program.
Someone we had Jeff had a guest the other day that was using something I don't know if it's called UCam with YOU cam.
Oh, was
UCam.
that was me, Meg.
Yeah,
Jeff
right. It's
the
weird when
filter.
you said me. I was like, I don't know, Jeff. It wasn't you.
No, not me, the other me, the
wasn't
real me, the
It
actual
wasn't the
me.
real me. Okay, Joe Biden. Okay, Harris. It wasn't me. It was me.
See what you started me.
Playing words is fun, guys. It is a playing word. And I want to know, how's your adventure with Moose going? Is there one, or is you guys just haven't established anything yet? It's just you two
With
still.
Moose?
Yeah, your Dungeons and Dragons, right?
Oh no, I don't. No, I haven't heard from anybody. In fact, my group was supposed to get together today. No, like everything else, it starts on this stream. It fizzled pretty quickly. No idea. Haven't heard from anybody.
That's what I heard about the one of the curses of the Panelverse is there's no consistency with people or guests.
Yeah, I don't. That I have it. That's an individual thing, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have consistency too. That's what makes me very, very dangerous. Because I have a memory.
I
And
find
I'm
it very
consistent.
easy to show up when
Yeah.
and where I'm needed at the right time.
Yes, sounds like we make an agreement because when people assume, they become mad over something that's not properly communicated, and then they embarrass themselves.
It's Chuckosaurus. Welcome, brother.
Hope is it Chuck? Please be Chuck.
I don't care if it's
I'm
Chuck or
getting
not.
lax.
Would anybody want to sock puppet a sock puppet account, Chuck?
They have before.
I don't have.
They have before.
We
Yeah,
usually use
really.
a different logo though.
Queen Stephanie uses my. He made a sock puppet of me.
Oh,
They do the regular,
so
the
what's
ones
going
that are
on,
on the panels
boys
the
and
most
girls?
often.
I got mangoes.
Yep,
Oh,
Yep, mangoes. Got mangoes.
Mangoes.
That's what's going on. Yep, mangoes.
why the hell would you eat mangoes?
Why the hell
Well,
wouldn't you? They're sweet
mangoes-
and they're tasty.
I thought it was the food of his people.
Yeah, Chuck. Did you
Whoa.
see that? Did you forget what color I was? Forget where
Well,
I came
act-
from, bro. It was
Actually,
me,
I
and then
thought
next to
you-
me is a mango tree. I mean, what can I?
I mean, I thought you were American, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. No,
I try
it's,
not to put labels.
no
try not
mangoes are a great source. Yeah, great.
Yeah, I
source of-
fixed my boy a pineapple mango drink for him to drink every day.
there you
Like
go.
with fresh
I was-
pineapple.
fresh
But how are you
pineapple,
gonna
mango.
hate on me
Yeah.
for
Oh,
mangoes,
that's the
Chuck?
best.
Right off the
Oh,
gate,
I was just
mangoes.
pulling your finger.
Yeah, I love Philippines. I love the avocados. I love mangoes. Yeah,
Avocado.
yeah.
Hey, Philip, does the Philippines have the same? I'm going to describe it. I don't know. I can't remember what it's called as Guam. It's a dipping sauce made of soy sauce, red pepper or some sort of hot pepper, and lemon juice, something like that. Do you remember what? Have you ever heard of it?
If they do, yeah, it wasn't something I enjoyed often.
Oh, okay.
You
Yeah,
mean
I let the-
You mean that chili sauce with the chicken on it?
No, this is a soy sauce based dip or something you can put on like rice or whatever you're eating, but it's got some sort of hot peppers in it, soy sauce, lemon juice, and something else, but I can't remember for the life of me.
Yeah, I haven't heard of it.
It sounds good.
Guy from Guam, when I was in the service, turned me on to it. It was
I think
pretty
something
good.
just happened in Guam. Did you guys hear about that, or is it popping to
No,
Guinea? Yeah, no. I think
we got
it was a bad
a
thing.
we got a big base in Guam now. That's where the B-52s are at, and
Oh, they're still
B-1s or
touring.
B-2s.
What's going on in Guam?
Well, I said it might be Papua New Guinea, or it might be Guam. It was something
One of
happened
those
where
Guam countries.
it was a local gang came in and
Oh, I did see something about that.
what's that word people use? Well, they deleted. I guess that's the word they
Massacre.
use. Yeah, they
There you
massacred
go.
29 people. And
Yeah, I
apparently
saw a
before they got
headline.
there, before the
What's
authorities
wrong with
got
these
there,
people?
the alligators got there.
Oh yeah, it ain't the evidence.
But it, well, I don't know exactly. It was just a headline. I didn't want to read it, but I was like, "Dang, it's weird that Chuck
Yeah,
would bring up that." And then that story came up. So I think it was.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, the world is a crazy place. I don't understand. Like I live in a. I can't imagine that happening in the United States. Maybe it could happen in
Happens
Florida.
all the time.
It happened.
Happens all
People
the
get eaten by
time.
alligators in It was in Papua New Guinea. It looks like in Florida, they'll be jogging, and the alligators will come out of the water and eat them.
Oh
I
man,
was at
there's a.
Disney. I was at Disney when that kid was the next part over from us when he got ate by the alligator
Yep.
at
Yep.
Disney World in Florida.
Yeah, that's pretty. Did the kid survive or not survive?
No, they found him 30 feet offshore, tucked away for a later meal.
You know, like that's the two things that you have to worry about if you're ever in a town and there's a gangster, if you own a pig farm or alligator farm.
Yeah, because pigs eat anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
They
What
have
if they made soap? Would you worry then?
that
What?
makes that old
What
dog.
if the gangster made soap? Would you worry about it?
Yes.
Mm,
Yes. I've seen
or a
Fight
food
Club.
product.
Yeah, no, Jeff actually has somebody that uses the Robert Paulson profile picture from Fight Club, and it gets me every time. I'm like, his name was Robert Paulson. His
I
name
have
is Robert
someone.
Paulson. Yeah. I forgot his
Fight
name.
Club.
Oh,
Yeah, Fight Club was an old movie from the 90s, I believe, right?
Yeah, I could
yeah,
see Jeff
99.
in the in that men's group that they went to in Fight
Was
Club.
it a men's group or just a? Was it a co-ed?
Yeah,
He went to all kind of groups.
it
I
was
think it
a
was anger
men's group.
management. No, it was cancer, right? Bob had cancer.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bob had cancer.
And everybody was boo-hooing at the men's group.
But you said there's somebody from the Panelverse.
Yeah, that uses that profile picture
Who
from.
is it?
No, it's not from the panel. It was from your chat. It was here yesterday. It was here the other day.
Oh, I didn't even notice. Okay.
You talking about
Well, it's hard
Sean
for.
Penn?
No. it was somebody from Jeff's chat was using a profile picture of Robert Paulson from Fight Club. I just don't remember that
Oh,
name,
wow.
person's name. It happens. They'll probably be back, and
Mm.
I'll point them out. But it's hard to tell from StreamYards what people's profile pictures are. But from the
Mhm.
YouTube, it's easy. So, I wonder where Combat Wombat is. I would like to see what he's got to talk about today. Maybe like this,
They're on Discord.
Combat,
Talk to
are
me.
you out there? Wombat.
and then Doug, Pine Creek Doug. I'm always interested
Oh,
in
Lord.
people's names and why they choose people's names. Like, we understand why Jeff chose his name, we understand why Hank chose his name, and we understand why Chuck chose his name.
Do you
know,
Because
understand?
I'm simple.
Do you understand why I chose my name?
Well, I was assuming your name is actual Hank.
Negative.
No.
Your name is not actually Hank.
negative?
No, it's not.
Very smart.
Wow.
Very good. Then Hank would be.
It's a reference to old atheist meme.
Oh, very cool. So there is a play for those words. There is a meaning behind your screen name, which I think
Yeah,
most
and even-
people don't.
Welcome,
Even on Flamio.
PC.
Yeah.
El Flamio, is that like a Romeo and Juliet name?
No, you don't think his parents named him Hank? Come on.
He looks like a Hank.
Hey,
He looks
freak.
like a Wilbur. Wilbur. There we go.
Wilbur,
Wilbur.
yeah.
We'll just call him Wilbur.
No, it's Dawn.
Don.
Tom.
Yeah,
Dawn.
dude, you just
Dawn.
Dawn.
John.
John. That's
Oh,
your name?
John.
Yeah,
Hank.
you know my
I will
name.
never.
You remember we were doing the
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I do know your name.
yeah.
Okay.
We were doing
You
the
got Tom Hanks and you got John Hanks.
what's the thing called? The one that's not stream or not Discord. Zoom, yeah, Zoom. So yeah.
Is that Busker?
No.
Yes.
It's
No.
TCPS.
Yeah.
How's it going?
TCP.
I'm glad you're back.
Well, I'm glad
this-
I'm back for the time being until the next stupid drama, till the next bunch of cowardly, scared little pieces of shit decide that they're going to go after me because they can't actually win a debate against me.
Jerry.
Yeah.
Jerry.
I know about it, but the thing is, I pretty much assume all the drugs are empty because I've done enough typology. I'm not afraid of them, so I just say, come. If you're gonna do something, you might as well bring your whole crew, because so won't be a disappointing warm-up exercise for work. Because I know how these people do stuff.
So much for ending wars.
Was that verbal combat
Oh,
you're talking about?
You don't listen good enough. But
Damn.
but-
Excuse
yeah.
me.
Verbal?
Yeah,
oh, you mean verbal combat?
That's okay. You get to say it to him when he doesn't listen, which is often. But go
Welcome,
ahead with
brother.
what you were saying. I don't want to interrupt.
But what's it called? These people who make threats, they can't cash the checks. They can't cash the checks they write. So to say, just bring them all, come at me one time, so you can at least be a good warm up. So that's why I said this the day we came on the Machine Lies and said you removed yourself because you're afraid of threats. I should ignore that.
What are you talking
I'm-
about?
I'm a lover, not a fighter.
I'm talking about Traditional Culture Preservation Society.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Hey, Chuck, do you hear what Keanu Reeves said about that? You gotta
What?
be a fighter. You gotta be a fighter, brother. Is when someone
Who-
tries to take the love away from you, who's gonna fight for you? Who's gonna fight for
Who's
them,
Ke-
Chuck?
Who's Keanu Reeves?
Oh, sorry,
actor.
John Wick. John Wick.
Oh, okay. That
Yeah,
little,
yeah.
that little girl.
Who's Keanu Reeves?
Yeah,
John Wick.
he's just a girl. That's all.
He's just a
but
guy.
I don't think I've been on the Verbal Combat show a single time in my life because it just comes on the wrong time for me.
Well, you're not
Well,
missing anything.
you're not
Hank.
missing much. I mean, the people that populate it are pretty much the trash of the trash.
Yep.
Like they're this dude's Speakeasy. I don't know. He doesn't seem like a bad guy, but like
High,
I think
easy.
he's- Well, the issue with him is that like he doesn't do any vetting, so he pretty much just allows any jackass to come on and run the show.
Yeah, it's blood sports. That's what
And
you
if
want.
we get any new people, would you kindly like, subscribe, and share, or at least like? We need some subscribers
And
here
sub.
for Uncle
Yeah, at least
Jeff.
subscribe and get that number up. We're almost there.
Uncle
That's the
Jeff
important
needs
one.
some help.
Frank, what's the verdict? We may be starting a new survivor in the Discord today.
Hey, wait a minute. I think he's referring to me.
Retarded, that could be anybody on this panel.
I fit that.
Most
fit
people,
that
some people on
description.
this panel. We're all a little half retarded.
I went full
Ah.
retard.
I'm just a simpleton.
See, I'm just a poor boy. I need no sympathy.
I pity
Caught
the
in
poor.
the landslide. No escape from reality. I can't sing. I'm tone deaf.
Hi, Jess.
Hey, Chuck. Hey, everybody. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, brother.
Hey, Philip. Is that
Yeah.
how it goes? Right?
Yep. Philip.
And then Hank. Philip. And then sorry. And the one in the middle.
Sorry.
RJ.
JR.
No, RJ. Sorry. How do you say what's your name?
JR.
I'm sorry.
JR Buck.
JR.
Like
I couldn't see it. They're small.
I don't know what
But
to do.
hello,
Should I,
everybody.
should I call you John
How's it
now
going?
instead of Hank?
No.
I was going to I want to name my firstborn James Robert so I could call him Jim Bob. But the whole time they told us it was a boy, and I had went out and spent a lot of money to make the nursery a boys' nursery. And I'm sitting in the room, and the nurse comes in there, and she says, "Congratulations, you have a daughter." Well, I knew she wasn't talking to me because they told me I was having a boy. And she's like, I'm not going to say my name, but she said, no, it's a daughter. And I'm like, oh, man, I had to take all that crap back to the store, get girl stuff.
Aw.
You have a daughter?
What did the baby identify as?
I got 3 of them.
How do they know all this before the baby even is old enough to know its
From
gender?
the sonogram. Yeah, ultrasound. There we go.
Oh, they just go by the genitals?
Yeah.
So I
accused
them of cutting his little pee off. I was in Germany and they didn't like that when I said that.
What did you tell them?
I accused them that they cut his pee off to make her a girl.
Oh,
That is
it was a
weird
joke,
thing to say.
but they didn't take it that way.
They said
So,
you're
like-
having a girl, and you said it was really a boy. You just cut their pee off.
No. They said it was a boy the whole time of the pregnancy.
Oh, and then they said we made a
Wow.
mistake.
Yeah, then when it came
That's an
out,
odd
it was a
mistake to
girl.
make, actually.
Well, back then all they used was like Hank said, the ultrasound.
Oh.
Did they try to
That's all I
Mandela effect you and say it was always has been a girl? They tried to do that.
Man, that does sound confusing, and that was just the normal gender.
what kind of fun
Yep.
stuff did you have for the boy? The decoration.
Oh crap! I spent a couple of $1,000. You know,
What did you tell them when you brought it back? Like, they got my baby's gender wrong. Can I return this?
Yep. I was in the service then, so I was able to return most of it.
Oh.
Yeah, Plasma Void brings up a good point. Do you think
What's that?
Parents and children should have a DNA test at birth? Should that be a requirement now with what we're hearing about how many men
Are
are
mixed
now
up.
are being
Yeah.
not mixed up, or literally being tricked into raising other men's children?
Nah, it shouldn't be a requirement. You should. Those men should have just established it when they formed a relationship if they cared. So
I think it should be easy. I don't know if it should be mandatory, but I think it should be easy. The access to it should be easier for those that want it.
Right.
When
but then
go ahead.
Well, people think it's a trust thing. Like if you ask your
Can't rely on that. That's why we have law and contracts and all that other stuff.
So yeah, that's where the emotional part comes in. It's like, how dare you even assume I would do that in our relationship? So just ask.
Well, if you can't trust your spouse, it's really your problem.
Well, I would say that I would say that if you can't please your wife, then yeah, you're going to be raising someone else's kids, but that's kind of on you, right?
I had the option of digging up a dead baby for a DNA test, and I turned it down.
Well, thanks for entertaining.
Because I assume every guy thinks he's pleasing his wife unless he finds out otherwise. But she wouldn't tell him anything. She would just silently go.
Well, hold on. What do you mean by every guy thinks he's pleasing his wife? Like, I think that some guys are, emotionally aware of other people's. I think some guys have emotional intelligence and some guys don't, right?
Then they wouldn't be caught by surprise if it wasn't his kid. But the assumption to me was that if it's not his kid, she's silently behind his back with somebody else because he's not making her happy. But he wouldn't know that because in his mind, he would think that he was making her happy. That would be the default assumption unless she told him otherwise or gave him some indication otherwise.
Yeah.
But most of the time, men and women have a feeling if their partner's cheating on them, unless you're just oblivious.
A lot of us are.
Yeah.
Are you
that's the thing, though,
especially if they go out of their way to hide it.
Hold on,
who on this panel is married?
I am.
You are, me. I think the rest are single. I don't know about JR, though.
To be no, where the angle I'm coming at this from, though, right, is that I think that society does a very poor job of socializing men in regard to developing this sort of emotional intelligence. So I think that there's a tremendously large number of men who are it's not necessarily their fault, it's due to the failings of society, right? But the failings of society have created a situation where a lot of men are completely incapable of understanding what's really going on with the women in
Suck it up, Buttercup.
I'd agree with that. I don't know if that's society, but I definitely suffer from that too.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I taught myself how to read people, but it doesn't mean I can do anything about it. So I could please a woman's lady parts, but she won't be pleased about my height because I'm not 6 foot or higher. So there's really not much I can do about that.
Well, I'm 6'1", and my wife is 5'4".
Well, I don't think that. Well, I don't think that height is the most important thing. I think that if you're,
it's not.
I think that if
sorry,
it's not the most important thing, but it's a thing that counts enough that they would say no to you.
Are you sure it's not just a complex you have?
No, hold on. I think that if you're having sex with a woman and she's getting satisfied, then that's more important to her than if you're tall or not.
Yes. On the short term, absolutely, that is true. But for long term, you need to be socially expellable so they can go around if you not feel embarrassed. So,
what I've noticed is
it's more about shallow. Just
it's
you mean short as in
right?
shorter than you, right? Yeah, I would say that if you're, I don't know, say, I mean, I know you said, I don't remember how tall you said you were, but
I'm 5'7", 5'7" inches. I can get in metric if you want needed.
Okay, so if you dated a girl who was 5'1" or 5'2", that wouldn't be an issue, would it?
Wouldn't be an issue for me. But also, I wouldn't have an issue dating someone taller than me. I actually know a couple.
But it may not be an issue for her either.
That's right.
It may not be an issue for her, but for most women, it is.
Yeah, what
no.
Hank is
the average woman is shorter than 5'7", right?
Yeah, but Hank is
right. But the average woman also has a preference for men 6 feet tall or higher.
Yeah,
if you met a woman and she told you it's not an issue for her, would you believe her?
Yes.
Okay. We understand the average guy. The average woman would rather have a 5'7" guy.
We got a woman on panel. She was trying to say something. What was she trying to say?
My women, I mean, I've been a woman my whole life. I've been around women
I
my
hope
whole life.
so.
Yes, and you know what? We never really cared about height. I mean, if you were 6, that's 6. If most men are, it's 5'9" and taller. If you're 5'9" and taller, we can't tell really the difference between 5'9" and 6, to be honest, because we're usually short. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm 5'3", so if you're even 5'7", you're taller than me. So
Yep.
me and my girlfriends, as long as I mean 5'9", we never even said, "Oh, he's 5'7". Oh my gosh, we never once
Yes, you
say
never say it
anything
in real
about
life, but on the dating profile apps, you freaking select against
Oh,
short stacks. So
interesting.
When you
I,
just
Yeah,
lie
I
about
don't
your
even
height,
look at height.
literally everybody lies about their height on those dating websites.
but never. I
Only
swear, never
incels
once
use dating apps.
did any of my female friends or me say anything about height. I even dated the shortest guy I ever dated. He was 5'5",
Hey,
and he
Chuck, I
actually,
don't.
we were together. We were like, that's one of my longest, well, not one of, but it was one of my long-term relationships.
I
You know
got
what I
a bone to
mean?
pick with Chuck.
go ahead.
So
It's like, how
go ahead.
can Chuck say that we can't have any advice on people in their married relationships, but he's going to say, "Oh, dating apps are for incels." No, dude, dating apps are actually there's over 1 million people using dating apps. It's the most
Said
common
stay
thing
in
to
your lane,
use.
old man.
Because
Yeah,
because
so
it's
you're not in the
tool of
dating game, Chuck. So
it's a
step
tool
out,
of the
partner.
it's a tool of the devil.
Okay, I
That's the
agree
tool
with
of the
Chuck on this.
incel.
Actually,
Because
It
incels
is
don't
the
no, I
date.
don't
tool
think
of
it's
the
incel.
devil
Don't they have
Okay, of
Christian
the
ones?
devil, maybe, but not the incel.
because
No,
it leads to degeneracy. Therefore, it's a tool of the
Dating, getting
devil.
couples
That's not
together leads to
true, Chuck.
degeneracy,
I don't think you
promoting
even understand what
relationships.
dating. I'm sorry, Jeff. Sorry, Jeff.
Go ahead.
okay.
No, because I have a friend that I have several friends that have used dating apps who have found long-term relationships. So, Chuck, I don't think you even used a dating app before or understand the logic behind dating apps and how they're used. Like there are some
Dating
dating apps that are
apps they're
designed just for
maladaptive.
marriage. Yeah, like there are
They're
some.
maladaptive is the issue, right?
There,
Like
there,
I'll let Chuck.
yeah.
respond.
There's no real interaction between humans with those. It's just a slam bam, thank you, ma'am approach.
How do you know?
No, there's an interaction.
What statistics
Eventually-
can you prove? Like, what statistics do you have that that's what that is designed for? Like
Because
yes,
I say so.
okay, thank you. From what experience? That's my whole
My
point. Like,
source, my source that made the
you don't
fuck
have
up.
statistics and you don't have experience. Like that's the whole point. Like you don't have anything other than what you maybe heard.
Well, hold on, Philip. I got a question for you. Do you think that essentially that the current technological state is doing more good or more harm to humanity? Like the current state of rapidly advancing technology, do you think that's doing more good or more harm to humanity?
50-50. It all depends on your point of view.
Yeah, I'm just saying neutral
Health?
as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know how you
health-
would calculate that.
Health is great. I mean, so many people use technology for the better, and then yes, there is a large large group of technology being used for the negative. So
Wait, so you start out. So you said, sorry, what was the first thing you said? The health.
Health is amazing. We've gone from living from 40 to almost over 100 years.
Oh boy!
better.
Wow! I can't. Like I should have expected this because of my last couple years, but wow! I'm still hearing the everybody died at 40 thing in 2024. That's pretty rich.
Well, not it's
Wait,
an
wait,
average.
wait,
So
wait.
they killed a whole lot of people as children. Then a few more people died during wars, and then we have people living to 80.
So
So we had more
Yeah.
child death.
people live.
I would
don't live
say
longer
80,
because
not
of
100.
science.
Hold on, wait. So Philip, so you essentially think that like modern medicine, modern technology, all this stuff has been a net positive for humanity, right?
I said 50-50. Did you not hear that?
Well, you said like health is great. You said like we're way healthier than we used to be, right?
Well,
Yes,
washing
yes.
hands is great.
Access to some of the best foods around the world is way easier than it was in the past.
Well, what do you
Yeah.
mean by the
Eat
best
natural-
foods? You mean the healthiest foods that cause us to be healthiest, or the McDonald's trash?
Well, it
Both.
depends. I have the money to
Hey.
afford healthy food, so I don't understand what you're talking about. From
Hold
my
on,
point of
wait.
view, I
But
have
you
the
understand
option.
that? Hold on, you understand that throughout most of human history, the only real option was healthy food, right?
No. because snow food was the most prominent option.
No, I'm
It might
saying
have
that
been-
like you understand what a healthy diet is just a traditional diet that's not Western. Literally, like when
but
people
the
talk about
access,
health
I said
food,
I disagree.
access. I said access. There's a difference. There's better access to food. The food might be the same, but my ability to access different kinds of food is easier.
hold on.
I
So
didn't
you're
say
saying
anything
that
about
literally-
difference
so
of quality. I said access. So if
so
you want,
so
if
people
you
have
want to deny
access
that
to
access is not
consistently
easier,
high
then
quality
I don't
food.
have to go to the ocean to grab a lobster that I can go to the store.
There you go.
Please argue that point. I don't
Okay,
actually
so
have to
you
buy a
don't- hold
fishing
on, wait,
reel
wait,
or
so-
I actually have to butcher a cow to get a steak.
Okay, what's wrong with how's now you're changing?
It doesn't
the
take me
goalpost.
4 hours. Just 4
Okay,
to 8
so what?
hours.
So what if it
said,
takes
one
you 4
he
hours?
said
The ultimate
he
point.
did say access. He said access.
Well,
He did say that.
I didn't say
no, I
quality,
don't.
sir.
I don't think people have better access to healthy food now. You know, a huge percentage of the world's population now lives in food deserts, which is not something that traditionally would have happened in human history.
What's a
Yes,
food
but
desert?
in our food deserts in America, people get fat, and traditional food deserts, people got thin.
What's stopping
What's a
people from
food
access
desert?
today to food?
Sorry.
What's stopping people to get from access from food today? What's stopping them?
Their brains.
What's stopping
was
people
stopping-
from getting access to food?
Yes,
I don't know
today.
the all the disasters going on in various parts of the world, the engineered famines. You know, the situation. If you're talking about like places like Africa, where traditionally people actually very rarely starved until the West got involved, I would say that the disastrous policies
where's
of the
your
last 100
proof?
years.
Where's your proof?
Where's my proof that famine was rare in Africa until the West got involved? The fact
Yes.
that Westerners themselves have always said up until very recently that famine was rare in Africa. The fact that the 1911 Encyclopedia Britannica said that one of the problems, and of course, keep in mind, these are scientific racists, right, from writing 100 years ago. So to them, they're trying to use this to explain the supposed inferiority of Africans. And they're saying that life is too easy in Africa because the food is already available. All they have to do is go out and collect it. And that was everybody, pretty much every old writing from more than about 50 years ago in Africa said that like life was extremely easy and food was extremely readily available. What is it that's causing the current famine and starvation, all these crises in Africa? Is
Climate change?
dumb policies that were being pushed by these post-colonial states, where they tried to, first of all, you had a massive population expansion, a Malthusian catastrophe, and on top of that, you also had attempts to import these grains that couldn't grow in Africa. You had all kinds of mismanagement. You had problems with the introduction of the wage economy. That's the reason why Africa is a mess right now. It's not because there's just these savage barbarians who just don't know how to grow food or something. It's not because the past has just all been this Hobbesian disaster where everybody's been poor and has died of starvation. What is it's the result of modern circumstances. This is not controversial. You can ask any social scientist who studied African history, and they'll tell you the same thing I'm telling you right now.
What the hell is a social scientist?
Wait, real quick. We have somebody in the back. Can you flash your
Who?
camera or tell me who you are? All right, go ahead.
Give us a name, Jeff.
It's kind of generic.
Like
There's not a
Jim?
lot to
Kind of
go on.
generic.
Like Frank?
No,
Do
not
do an overlay and find out.
no, I'm not going to
But,
risk it. Go ahead.
JR,
Go. Y'all continue. Just go
Man,
ahead.
I would love to talk more about Africa. I don't understand why it's such a
Hot
it
topic.
seems like an abandoned continent.
Yeah.
Well, it's not abandoned. There's over 1 billion people living.
They have white people down there in the tip in the corner. South
Well, I
Africa.
mean, like
South
why aren't
South Africa.
right just the south, right? But everything else is just like rural land.
Correct.
Yeah, it's
compared
still
to other-
sort of living, it's attempting to continue a tradition that's dying in the rest of the world.
What tradition do you think that is?
Hunter gathering.
There's all sorts of traditions, right? There's hunter gatherers, there's horticulturalists, there's agriculture, there's pastoral nomadism. Basically, the things that human beings have done for thousands of years and have flourished and been healthy doing.
But
Not the
we're not in the
West.
Stone Age.
Sorry.
But you say that this is like So I'm confused. We started out because people say that the Africans are in famine, but you say this is a natural, healthy way of doing life. So
Yeah. Wait, do you miss my explanation of why Africa is a mess? Right? Did
Are you
you
talking
just
about
hear that?
yeah, but why would natural living in rural areas be affected by that mess? That's where I'm confused. Like these people
Why
have
would
nothing to
natural
do
living
with
in rural areas be affected by the mess? Because of all the things I just discussed, because of the fact that these governments are forcing their population to do things that are not traditional anymore, right? Like they're forcing people to grow crops that don't grow in Africa, which is leading to all these famines. There's major overpopulation because of the fact that they're messing now with the natural order of things. They're causing huge numbers of people which causing a major population growth, which sedentarization always leads to major population growth. It leads to higher fertility. It leads to fertility that's no longer sustainable. And that's the issue right now with Africa. And on top of that, you have the meddling of the West, where Western nations will selectively decide that they're going to do embargoes and cut off trade to African nations because of the fact that they think that those African nations are not loyal to the West. They're not good little Western puppets. You're seeing that all the time with, they're attempting to starve out populations in Africa because these populations in Africa, these African countries, aren't going message in the West.
I disagree. We provide aid, and it half or better than half of the time it gets stolen by the local warlords.
Yeah, the issue seems like the local
genocide is
governments,
happening in
not
Africa.
us.
Exactly, Africa's a mess right now, and like I said, you go back for hundreds of years. This stereotype of the starving African child. This is about 50.
That came from Sally Struthers.
Nobody used to say that. Nobody used to say that.
So, like,
but the problem sounds like they're local governments. What are we supposed to do about any of that?
Are they still fighting over territories?
It's because these corrupt governments, which by the way are entirely staffed by people who are Western educated and have been told that basically, the only way to advance is to imitate whitey. And they were generally educated during the colonial period to feel shame for their own culture and to feel like the way to advance is to be more like the West. And of course, these local governments also are fake governments because guess what? None of these countries existed. These are all fake countries, and that's what's leading to
this is just a completely different geopolitical reality than the rest of us live in. Then,
well, hold on, wait. I'm sorry. What do you mean by this is a different reality from the reality the rest of us live in? I'm talking about the reality that over 1 billion Africans live in. Do you have a counter argument to what I'm saying?
I'm talking about the current borders as they're currently defined and used by the countries that make up the planet, not the alternative countries that it would look like if I'm talking about the geopolitical reality of the countries we have now, with the borders we have now and the governments we have now, not the idealized version if Westerners had not intervened.
Not what you
hold
want,
on, but the whole point is that Westerners did intervene. They created this mess.
No,
we're responsible for their local governments.
Yeah, we're responsible because
I don't take responsibility for the governments in Africa at all. That is not my responsibility.
American is I'm saying that the Western governments that partitioned Africa, divided Africa, created these fake borders, and then basically finally.
But they're not fake borders if they're the actual borders. They're just not the borders you want it to be, but they are the current accepted borders. They're the acknowledged borders. They're not fake borders.
When decolonization happened during the 1950s and 1960s, what it was these people just abandoned the territory and left the Africans to themselves.
But that's done. We're in 2024. We're the reality of today. That's what I was talking about, that you're in a different geopolitical reality than the rest of us are here in 2024 with the current borders as they're set. Yes, discussion, you can come up. You just have to flash your camera in the back to show me that you're a real person.
You want me to flash you, Jeff? I'll flash you.
You don't have to flash.
Yeah, okay. I thought I just offered.
Chuck always looking for that opportunity to flash people, bro. He's got
I'm not proud.
He's got one of those brown raincoats on. He's just waiting, bro. He's just waiting.
Well, when Halloween rolls around, I just throw it over my shoulder and go as a gas pump.
Thank you, Not Laws. Thank you for injecting some sanity into this discussion.
Oh God, not maple
Yeah,
syrup
not
friends.
the insanity of the current borders as they exist today, but the sanity of the borders that they would have looked like
Yeah,
in
the
whenever
current
they were
borders that
carved
exist
up by
today are
these
fake
colonial
borders, and they're
powers.
leading to ethnic
They
conflict.
are not
Do you dispute that?
fake. What planet do you come from?
Let him
They are
finish, though,
not
Chuck.
Well,
fake
hold on. Well, how are they not fake? Explain to me how they're not fake.
because
What specific border you talking about? Let's take an actual
He
border.
made the
Give us
claim,
a
Chuck,
country.
so he needs to prove they are fake. That's what I learned in debate.
They were drawn up by Western powers without any concern for the local people. So
It doesn't
Well,
matter
not
how or where.
what
The
year?
fact is
What
that they are
year?
they are the current borders. However they
yeah, they're
got
the
there,
current borders.
nobody
They're borders,
denies
no,
that
they're
those are the
borders that
borders
were
of those
created.
countries today, except for you.
You understand that
Really?
when well, first of all, you're saying nobody denies that. That's completely
Well, I
untrue.
spoke too soon. I'm sure
But
there are
the,
people out there that do.
I'm speaking for millions upon millions of Africans who are also unhappy with
Right, but I'm speaking for the
You
people that
are.
actually have power in the world and
Where's
decide
your
Yeah,
list?
exactly.
borders
So I'm
to
speaking for the
acknowledge or
people,
not
and you're speaking
acknowledge.
for power. No, these
Yeah,
borders
I'm
they were
speaking
drawn
for
up. They were drawn up by the Western governments
current
without any.
geopolitical power.
Hold on,
Yes,
may I
not the
respond?
fantasy
May I respond? May
utopia.
I
They are
respond?
recognized by all governments of the
Yeah, I
world.
don't care. I don't care about the governments of the world.
Well, this is a really dumb
that-
conversation then, because you're talking about a
Yes.
reality that nobody else acknowledges or lives in. There's no point in
I'm talking
having
about the
a
daily
science
reality
fiction,
of a
fantasy,
billion
alternative history conversation with a bunch of people who only acknowledge the current
I'm
geopolitical
talking about
reality.
the daily reality of a billion people.
I don't want to try to mix those conversations. I'm trying to have conversations that actually go places, and this is not going to do that.
How is this not going?
Ba-
I just
Based
explained
on
it. Just like
real.
you feel like you explained Africa, I feel like I explained the dynamics of this conversation at least twice already. You
If not
are
three.
working
No,
from a
you
completely
said that
different
these can't
framework
be
than the
fake
rest of
borders
us.
because the people that drew up the
So the
borders.
conversations are
Oh
going to
my
come from two
God.
different conceptual universes. Paul Morrison in the back. Can you flash your camera?
Well, can we
Fantasy land does not exist. You have
can
to
we
live in present day reality.
Can we explore JR's ideas though, instead of just pushing him off to the side? That maybe he is right. Maybe that the Africans, aren't happy with what the decision the world had put on them, and they just don't understand that concept. So they're still
They
literally
seem
infighting.
to.
Well, no,
They
because
seem to.
they're still
I'm talking
fighting
about a
over borders.
border.
Wait. What do you mean by
Oh,
they
okay.
seem?
They recognize borders with other countries.
Who recognizes borders with other countries? The African people or the African elite that are Western educated and are.
I'm
They're
not
all
interested in alternate
African.
history. I'm just not. That's not one of the topics that this channel is. If y'all are interested in it, go start a live stream on another channel.
What
and have
about
that
what I'm saying is
conversation.
alternate history?
That
No,
is
I'm
not the conversation.
Dude, I'm talking about
this
the
channel is
reality of
strongest at.
over a billion people who have had their lives seriously messed up by borders that
Where
the West
is
created
the-
without.
where-
Hold on, without consulting them.
Where is
without
the
consulting
data
any of
to
these
Well,
back
you
this
know what?
up?
That's history.
Putting
That
indigenous
happened.
tribes
None
against
of
each other.
us were
You guys
involved.
have to
There's
talk over me
not a
because-
conversation that
Would
any of
you
us could
guys
easily
mind not
contribute to.
talking over me?
Oh my
Mind not
God.
talking over me, because to me that's a defense mechanism that you have to talk over me instead of list of what I have
No,
to say.
it's me trying to
All
get
right.
my panel back and have the kind of conversations that I want to have on here because I am the panel host. You're not going to
Yeah.
come and hijack the tone of my panel when I'm trying to have the conversations that elevate us as a community and not drag us down like this conversation is doing. If you don't like the way I run my panels, go try this on somebody else's panel. But this is my goddamn panel, and you're not going to fight me for it.
Oh, by the way, God's last name ain't damn.
All right, welcome.
Hey guys,
Paul.
hello everybody. Thank you for having me up.
Welcome,
Thanks
brother.
for coming up.
Thank you.
Who do we got?
We have Paul Morrison, who I'm
Yeah.
going to assume is not going to porn bomb me.
Oh,
That's a
definitely
new
not.
name.
Oh, this is my actual channel I use. So I'm like I'm taking the history degree at the moment, so I'm studying history, and I'm doing crime and history stuff on this my channel.
What country are you in?
Can't you guess which accent?
Are you another Aussie?
No, I'm not Aussie, mate. I'm from the south of England.
I was gonna say English.
Yeah, but I'm
What's-
not
what's
exactly
is that
English
London?
neither.
What's in the south?
My parents are from Scotland.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Whereabouts in
That's
Scotland?
Scottish.
from
And
the west coast.
The guy on
No.
what was
I've
your
been to
the
the
guy
south
on the
of
right
England.
side?
Hmm.
What's your name? I'm sorry.
Me,
Was
Paul.
Zatoichi.
Sochi?
Zatoichi.
I'm sorry.
Is that a Weechi?
It's that Zatoichi.
Zatoichi. Thank you. Lou.
Well, I was interested in the Africa talk. I was just about to say when the first settlers came to Africa from Europe, they were actually amazed in how advanced their cities were. Because everybody thinks they used to live in mud huts. Not exactly true. Their cities had roads in them, and their roads as big as European cities. They're going through them, and they were shocked and amazed at the same time.
Wasn't Ethiopia an advanced civilization back in antiquity?
Yeah, in antiquity, yeah.
Hmm.
And Egypt was really advanced.
Yeah, Egypt
Yeah.
was. Same with Greece. The Romans took from the Greek.
Tunisia. All
Tunisia.
those places.
Well, the interesting thing about Egypt, they say, is that the Egyptians claim that those monuments, like the pyramids and some of the huge statues, were there before they got there. They
It was
say
the aliens.
they say it was another people that made them. They didn't make them. They just sort of added to them. Because some of those statues are so symmetrically perfect, it's impossible to have done that with primitive tools, you know?
Well, they did do experiments and they found out it could be done. It's the same with Stonehenge. People said, how did they get from the stones from Wales to England? And how did they get them on top of each other? And it's all to do about leverage.
That's not
And
Well-
you use logs.
I just think it's aliens and slaves. Some combination.
Aliens and slaves. It could very well be. Could very well be. There is actually,
Skinwalkers.
yeah.
I'm teasing. I do it.
Skinwalkers, yeah. Do you know how you become a skinwalker?
How?
You have to kill one of your the person that you love the most, basically. And then
Oh, I
I've
can
done
never
that.
do that.
right.
Forget
You do
that.
a magical rite, and then you can become this shape-shifting undead creature.
Is that from Tony Hillerman?
No, it's Navajo legend.
Oh, so he draws on that then.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a little
You
hard.
ever-
Skinwalker.
You ever watch Yellowstone?
No.
No.
They
tried
kind of draw on the Indian historic concept of things, if you really pay attention.
Hmm. Well, a lot of people are like, "Oh, the American Indians, they lived in peace, and they, bullshit. They were killing each other before we ever got here."
Oh yeah,
Yeah, they had
where,
tribal warfare.
Mm-hmm.
where I used to live was a huge group of Indians called the Cahokia Indians, and they were decimated by other tribes to where they had to assimilate into other tribes just to survive, otherwise be killed.
Yeah.
That's
And
true.
if you
But they didn't fight each other a lot. But before we came here, like they were fine. I mean, they were like they were okay.
they were still
About the
fighting.
natives?
They
Native
were still
Americans?
fighting each
They
other.
were always
They were
fighting each other.
yes, but like the minute we got here, like they could have fought us, like they could have, but what
Some
the
of them
thing is, we brought our diseases, and they were like, I can't fight these people because they were dying of the sickness.
Yeah, but which part of America do you mean? You could have the South, Middle, or the North.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
in the North that
Canada
didn't
too,
happen,
North America.
but in South America, billions died, I think, because of the diseases. But in the North, not so much.
Nobody's saying that. I don't know where this is coming from. Nobody's saying this. Again, alternate universe.
I can't read it.
Here we go with the story about how everyone was a violent savage before the West saved them. We were saying the opposite, in fact.
Exactly.
So I don't know where this is coming from. That's all I have to say about that.
I mean, I was there when the lights came on, so I know quite a bit.
Chuck.
Well, you
I was
just
just
have
going
to.
by what my son told
Yep.
me.
You just have to prove that question wrong. You just have to look at the wars in Europe. How many wars in Europe have there been? How many people have moved into different countries and helped to create different countries? Look at England. They had the Belgique moving from Gaul up to the south of England and other places. Then you had the Romans. Then coming out with the Vikings and making the Anglo-Saxons. The Irish invading Scotland to create the Scotiair, which turns out to be the Scottish, and they wiped out the
Normans.
Picts. Yeah, so that no. The West is just as savage as the rest of the world.
Everybody's equal. I agree with that.
The world was really
Is the
sad.
theory that some humans are less savage than other humans? I think any human is capable of savage. That's not an assumption. I don't think about
basic
any group.
instinct. It's basic instinct.
What do you
And
mean? Is basic instinct to be a savage?
Self-preservation.
Yeah, but there's so much land and there's
aggression.
so much resources. I don't understand.
Self competition, self-preservation.
It's a flight
Pride.
or fight,
Beast.
the fight
Ego.
or fight response. Do you stand?
I think
I
we've
like-
civilized, but I don't think we've evolved. I don't think those instincts have changed. Like they're the same monkey brain or lizard brain. I think we've civilized, so we have techniques for channeling them and managing them so we can live together, but I don't think they've disappeared.
But have we?
I was on a
though?
I was on a
You know what? I
show this
like
morning watching, and they were discussing how the Holocaust was a farce.
Well, it's not. We don't even have to waste
I
that time talking about that.
absolutely couldn't figure out what they were talking about.
It's just a conspiracy theory. I don't even want it on my channel, honestly.
Because I've done my research, because I like history. But I've done my research on a number of things. And for them to go by internet gossip, for lack of a better thing to call it, is amazing how gullible people are.
Yeah,
I
when
agree.
you're talking about that conspiracy, they need to go to the Imperial War Museum in London, and they had one exhibit where it just had shoes left over from the camps, and there
I've
was
been to the
thousands
camp.
and thousands of shoes.
I've been to the camps. I know what's there.
Yeah, my dad was there when he was in the army, and he said not a bird flew or sung over those camps when he was there.
Well, they were smaller camps than Auschwitz, but they still existed.
Oh yes, yeah, they were the satellite camps.
And I've seen evidence, and I've seen things I wish I didn't see. To be honest with you.
Yeah.
You guys ever watch that Twilight Zone where the Nazi captain, whatever, he goes back to the concentration camp and he gets put on trial by the ghosts?
No, I haven't seen that one.
No, that's a good one.
No. That sounds good.
The one I remember most from the Twilight Zone is when you had the watch that stopped time, and he was mucking around a bit, and he stopped time just about as a nuclear missile was just about to hit his town. Does he carry on, or does he go walk away from it?
What did he do?
Yeah, that's a good question, isn't it? If you had the power to stop time, and it's not time.
I think the last Raiders of the Lost Ark had something similar.
You guys ever hear the conspiracy theory that the Germans found aliens and that's what advanced their technology?
Yeah,
another.
No, but I'm sure it was coming my way at some point.
The other one,
the bell. You're talking about the bell.
Yeah, the anti-gravity bell.
Well, no, I'm talking about they went from prop planes to jet planes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They advanced warfare like
ME
into the modern what we are seeing today.
If he'd have produced those in mass quantity, I think the war would have turned out different.
Sure.
Yeah, but Britain produced the jet engine before Germany did. Roy Whittle.
Who did?
I find so weird is that
Roy Whittle.
People hardly speak about the Japanese, and they were the last to they of course they finally surrendered because we, bombed them and crap. But they were the last to surrender. They kept going and going.
Oh, the Japanese were evil.
No, they weren't evil. They
Yeah.
just taught never to surrender.
No, they definitely were
well,
evil. Look at Unit 731 or 713.
Yeah.
You talking about
amazing.
the Constitution?
Yeah, you'll
They
see
were
evil.
mean to almost every Asian country. A lot of Asian countries still don't really like them. But they were mean to
Exactly.
a lot of
Exactly.
Asian countries.
I
This is
used to know.
South Korea has a big problem with Japan.
This is,
Yeah, Japan.
Well, because Japan invaded that country so many times and killed so many people,
I used to know
Yep.
somebody who was in Hong Kong during World War II, and she told me if you did not bow to the Japanese, they'll chop off your head.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Yep.
this is a spicy take, but is it true that Japan was a godless nation?
No, but they believe in like Buddhism more than
Yeah.
They don't believe in Buddhism.
Well, now it's
This is the
Shinto
Japanese.
and Christian.
This is the Japanese. They don't believe in Buddhism.
No,
It's a
they
type of
don't.
Buddhism, though. It's like
No,
No,
it's not anything to do
no.
with Buddhism, sir. It's the Japanese.
Japanese
Well,
believe in Shinto.
Them themselves and their power, not a god, right?
well, it's more like belief in nature. I think like
Well, my point is God. People there's a rumor that we get our moralities from gods.
yeah.
They set the example for morale, and this is their limitation of certain wars. Like we won't do certain because it's against our morals. When a godless nation does something, there's no morals. They just
But they
do it.
still had them. It's just theirs are different. I mean,
Show me the gods of Japan. I have not seen one
well,
historical
there's
book.
Their-
Gods.
Their
Do it.
main religions
the
are
AI.
Shinto and Buddhism.
Mhm.
Is their main religion.
Shinto-
Confucianism, Shinto, and Buddhism is the main religions in Japan.
Okay.
Shinto is about individualism and it's about your ancestors.
Yes.
And Buddhism, I'm guessing, was adopted way after feudal Japan.
They have kami.
they had Zen. Well, those are the gods of Japan. I mean,
We were a Christian nation, and we knew how bad those. But we dropped that bomb, and we're like, oh shit. We dropped one more. We were like, oh, and we're like, can't stop it. Can't drop. Stop.
Yeah. So, anyways,
We should
I
have stopped
appreciate
after
you
the
entertaining
first
my
one.
question. Thank you, guys. Thank you. And I learned something today, so thank you about Shingon Buddhism and Shintoism.
We're good. We're very
Right.
multicultural here.
You're right about Shinto believing in nature and in their ancestors.
But they have these things called kami spirit. They were like spirits and deities and stuff.
Yeah.
They had a whole list of them. So they said that's the closest thing to gods in
and like
Japanese
the
culture.
sun god is Amaterasu. The
Yeah,
god of war is
Sasunu.
Sasuno. There's a whole
moon god.
pantheon of gods. So it's almost like the Greek god.
And Nori, they have the rice has its own god.
Mhm.
Yep. Hence the word kamikaze.
Right, kamikaze. It means
Flying
divine
wind.
holy
Oh
wind.
yeah.
You know.
The ultimate sacrifice, other than the other one. What do they call it?
Have you guys put Japan on a wish list for places to travel at all?
Oh yeah.
No, I'm
Yes.
scared to. Oh my god, I would do horrible there.
I had
No,
a
I think it'd be cool.
met a
It's
dude
so
on-
collectivist and rules based that if you get one
That's
little thing
right.
wrong and it's nonverbal, oh, I would suffocate.
They're not a big fan of your choices, Jeff.
Yeah.
I met a guy on MySpace back when that was a thing, and we recorded like songs together. And he was from Shizuoka, Japan, and he came over here for a week and just stayed here. And we went to New York City for like a couple days and hung out there, and it was fucking cool, you know. Like, but they're different kind of people. They're just very polite, you know, and
They were polite.
there's no problems, you know.
And they
Hey,
get
I'm
seen
trying to
the
keep it that way.
yeah, you see tourists hassling traditional Japanese people dressed in their own traditional dress. You know, you see things like that now, don't you?
Well,
And that American kid going over to the US, going over to Japan, and he was doing stuff over in Japan. Then he got arrested.
Who was
did?
this?
Oh, it was some Instagrammer.
Somali?
I can't remember his
Somali?
name.
Yeah, there was some YouTuber. Yeah, they got.
Yeah.
For some
Paul,
reason.
Jake Paul or Logan Paul, one of them.
Are you
He got
talking about the forest?
Yeah, he
No.
created a big havoc.
yeah.
There was a YouTuber that went to Japan and he was disrespecting everybody on the subways and disrespecting the country. And then like 20 people came to his house and confronted him to make him apologize, and he just
Did
wouldn't
it work?
apologize.
Yeah, and there's also after he'd done that, with other countries, he went to Israel and tried to do the same thing in Israel.
Yeah, we haven't heard.
Is he American?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah, I
he-
saw that.
Yeah,
I believe. I know. I think it was Japan. The Beatles are John. Why can't I think of his name?
Lennon?
it was Paul
John Lennon.
McCartney.
Thank you. They went to Japan, and I can't remember if it was the Beatles, the group of them, or if it was just John Lennon. But they got kicked out of Japan for having marijuana, and they were banned.
Paul
Yep.
McCartney
Jay.
and John
It
Lennon.
was Paul
Yeah.
McCartney.
Yeah.
Okay.
He got sent to
I couldn't-
Japanese prison.
Hmm.
I
Oh,
wonder.
okay.
I wonder if Snoop Dogg can get away
Yeah.
with that in places where normal people can't.
He got
You know?
Snoop Dogg got arrested in my hometown at the hotel. They were driving through and he got arrested for marijuana. He had to come back to our little town for his court hearing. It was like a
Oh,
big
my God.
local news story.
But-
Oh, yeah.
It's
Snoop
And it was
Dogg
for weed.
denied the immunity. Yeah, he does not get
Not
diplomatic
South
immunity.
Louisiana, no sir. Not with our corrupt. I mean, our
That's a
cops.
nice little segue into the Beatles because my hometown was the first place the Beatles played outside of Liverpool.
Were you
And
there?
only- no, this is in the 60s. And only 16 people turned up.
What was
It's like
the
a
town?
garage performance, bro.
Yeah, it was. They were taking pictures of everybody. 16 people turned up. And it wasn't until they became famous in Germany, they actually decided to do a mock funeral for that one gig.
Bro, if 16 people showed up to anything I did, I'd be stoked.
I do. I've got 17 right now. I'm stoked. I've got more than the Beatles.
Yeah, you can't imagine the world's biggest band and only 16 people turn up to see them.
Wow.
Well, that's like I got up one time on open mic night, played bass on stage with a bunch of people, and there was like 25 people in the bar, and not fucking one of them was paying attention to any of us. They were just talking away and drinking, and I was like, well, it's better than nothing. At least somebody was there,
And my hometown, when they think, because there was a big military base, so they had a big military presence. They had Jimi Hendrix play there too in the 60s.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
It was quite. And if you heard of like bands like Small Faces and things like that,
I have.
they all played there.
Nice.
So, what do you guys think about the conspiracy theory that music is the devil's playground?
It is. No, it's the devil's religion. That's not a conspiracy. That's a real thing. I'm part of it. I'm one of its high priests.
Well, yeah, I used to listen to Iron Maiden and we'd like bring your daughter to the slaughter and run to the hills and stuff like that.
Yeah.
All
Up the
music,
iron.
Jeff?
I think I will say this: music is amazing, and it can make you it can make you feel. If you want to be happy, you can listen to the happy music that makes you feel happy. If you want to be sad, you can play the sad music that makes you cry, and all in between.
The Greeks
Music's
used to
wonderful.
when somebody was like having a mental health crisis or something, they would play different types of music, and the one that they responded to the most told them what god it was that was possessing them, and each god had like a different type of music. So the type of music you listen to can say
You
a
said
lot
the
about
Greeks
the
did that?
forces that drive you.
Okay, so what god would you put Iron Maiden with then?
I would put probably Aries for the rock. I think Aries is a good one for rock in general, and then some Hades if you're going to add the gothic elements.
Okay, so what about Michael Bublé?
Probably Apollo would be the closest. That's like the. I don't want to be too ugly. Apollo has his place, but he's kind of refined and a fate.
What about Michael Bublé?
Yeah, Bublé. What about the boobs?
Jeff, have you ever heard of
Bublé.
King Diamond?
I get him confused with Justin Bieber.
Jeff, have you ever heard of King Diamond?
No, I've not.
He's a heavy metal artist, and he's a Satanist, a real one. And he does these albums. They're all like, what do they call it? Concept albums, where each song is like a chapter in the story. And,
Is he Danish?
Yeah, yep.
Okay, I'm looking at him now.
Yeah, he's fucking great. I've seen him live. Yeah, Merciful Fate is his other band, Daniel Price just said, because he started in Merciful Fate and then he went solo, but all his albums are freaking awesome.
What about that band, heavy metal band that takes historical events and makes them into songs?
That's Iron Maiden.
No, not Iron Maiden. No, it's not.
Who then? I don't know.
Yeah, they make battles, like they sung a song about the Bismarck and Rorke's Drift and other battles like that, and they take them into and make them into an actual song there.
What instrument were you playing earlier, Zato? I stopped by your stream at the very end. You were playing at what was that?
Yeah, I saw it too. Was that your bass?
Thank you for coming by, both of you. Yeah, it's Rickenbacker bass.
Yeah, you were talking to some guy, and then there was a lady on earlier.
He comes to all my streams, which is cool because he's a real cool guy.
Big stoner.
Oh,
dude.
you have a channel?
Yeah, let me drop his channel.
Oh yeah, it's was it Saberton or Sabaton?
Oh, Sabbath. Yeah, I've never listened to that, but that's interesting. I'll have to check them out now.
Oh yeah, do it because they sing songs about just famous events.
Nice.
And they make it into like a heavy metal.
Yeah.
Too. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, Jeff, I've been seriously thinking about doing like getting my own channel running.
Do it. Do you have a YouTube channel? Because you have to activate it, and it takes like 24 hours. So if you're even thinking about going live, I would at least start the activation process.
Yeah.
You mean, do I have a YouTube account?
Yeah, like an actual channel. You have to. There's some setup you have to do to get the channel up and streaming.
Yeah, you have to verify.
So, like, I know a lot of people use, not a lot. Well, I guess it's half and half, but there's, the stream. You have StreamYards, which you have to pay for, and then OBS, which is completely free.
StreamYards is free.
They do have a free version. I think they limit the amount of hours you can stream, and you have
20 hours is a lot to use in a month. You're surprised. It takes a lot to get 20 hours when you're first beginning.
But like OBS is free. But how do with OBS do you do? Because I know people can have people come in. Do they use Discord for that? Like if you're not on StreamYard, they can't.
That's what I ran into as well with OBS. Is how you bring people on, because you can stream directly to YouTube just with YouTube itself, but you can't bring people up, and so that's why you need something like Discord or StreamYard or Zoom.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I do that if I do a location live. I usually go through my phone and do it through YouTube.
Okay.
Does it? And then you can just like show other people. People can come into the if you're live. But if you're doing a panel, you need some third-party software. StreamYard's the easiest to me. I used to use Zoom.
That's what I've heard
before. It was a pain in the ass to get set up each time.
I did try to do a live on Winter Castle. Found out castles are not good for Wi-Fi. Surprisingly enough, but I did almost get to see King Charles.
King Charles.
Yeah, I may have got to see the king.
Yeah,
I was too far away to do anything.
Cool.
Is he on your money yet, or is the Queen still there?
Yeah, well, most coins have got the Queen's image on them, but there has been, he's on our money now.
Is it circulating? He's poor thing. He's got, he's got the big C, and hopefully he can he'll be, because I think prostate isn't very. I mean, it's a big deal, but it's not like a big scary big C type deal.
I think it is one of the big scary ones. Yes, it is.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, he's doing pretty well. I mean, I think, he doesn't seem sick. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't mean seem, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I have tea with him every single day. I go around, I have a little chat with him,
Yeah. Yeah. No, you don't chat.
I just have go up there and go, all right, Charlie, put the kettle on, mate. Let's have
You
a
all right,
cuppa.
Charlie? I'm good.
Yeah, milk, 2 sugar, please, Gov. Come on.
But anyways, I do like what's her name? Princess Catherine. Now I don't hope she's doing okay.
Yeah, she's apparently so. Yes. But the weird thing is, and this is going to be a thing, I'll be one of the last few people that have seen a queen on the throne.
The queen on the phone?
Yeah, a queen on a throne, because then it'll be
Oh,
kings.
throne. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it'll be kings.
Oh yeah, well. Oh yeah, there's everyone else is a king.
Yeah. So you get to see. You won't see a queen for a long while now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are there no queens in Africa?
They're all queens, right?
I hear San
we're
Francisco is a good place for queens, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I can imagine. Like, I don't know how Africa is divided up. If it's divided up into states, if it's divided up into countries. I can imagine there still being a kingdom down there in Africa with a queen.
Oh, there are. There are kingdoms.
Yeah, I mean, it was just different. I think there was about just more like different tribes, Howard, in each different areas.
That's
and
true.
it's more to do with European colonization, with from Britain to Italy to France to Spain.
And don't forget Wakanda.
Yeah, and Belgium too.
They just made when speaking of Prince Harry and what is her name, Meghan.
Yeah.
When they went to Africa, the Nigerian, they made them like honorary royals.
Is Africa on your guys' bucket list for places to visit at all?
Hell no.
Like Egypt?
No.
I should because I'm studying history, but no.
The big. I heard it's different in person. It puts perspective, not really perspective, but it just puts an itch in your brain. Like, what the heck is this thing?
There's a McDonald's within sight of the pyramids. There's trash blowing around all over the place. That's what I heard. I saw a video of someone sitting in the McDonald's, and you could see the pyramids from it, and there's garbage.
My bucket
around.
list would be I would love to visit New Zealand, only because I know this sounds silly, but I remember because I watching Lord of the Rings, and that's where they filmed Lord of the Rings. Is in New Zealand, and it was just beautiful. The scenery just beautiful. So I don't know. I would love New Zealand would be like the first place I would love to visit.
What's
anyone else?
You're going to go to the airport, and they're going to say you cannot pass.
So, like I said, my bucket list is going to Rhode Island, then to Connecticut, then I'd go to Brisbane, Australia.
Why
Brisbane?
Why Rhode Island and Connecticut?
Because I'd recently done my family tree a couple of years ago, and I found out I had family who moved over there. One of my great uncles moved to Rhode Island, and he died there.
Oh, okay, all right. Rhode Island, then Connecticut, and then you'd go to Australia.
Brisbane, yeah, because I've got family in Brisbane too.
Oh, cool. Way cool. That's a great choices. Thank you for sharing. And Hobbit Town would be fun. Remember to take pictures when you go. Yeah.
So my family came from Ireland and Scotland, so there's a lot of migration between Scottish and Irish.
Gotcha.
Go to different places.
I have to find out where my family tree comes from, because it's either England or Ireland.
What's the name?
Ash.
I'd be mostly English, I think.
That's what I would think.
Yeah, funny enough, that's my home village. My home village is called Ash.
That's what I would think, but none of my family talks about that. And then the other last name would be Richards, so it'd be like,
very sexy.
Oh, you got like common names, common last names.
Yeah, but that's very
Jeff,
common, Richards.
Oh, Jeff, what would be your first bucket list place to go?
You're muted, Jeff. I believe I see your mouth moving.
Is he talking?
We can't
I see his mouth moving. I see his mouth moving.
No,
I saw the icon
I'll
flash
try-
muted, unmuted.
Someone make a, because I can't go on. Someone make a whatever. I can't hear you thing.
Whatever.
Make a sex noise.
No, make like you can't hear
I
us.
don't know what's a whatever. What's a
I'm sorry because I'm not on camera. Like put your hand up to your ear and be like, what? Can't hear you. Type Jester. That's what I meant. Sorry. Or whatever. I can't hear you. I'm putting in the back chat that we can't hear
Are
him.
you sure it's Ireland, not Mexico?
No, still.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Oh, you can hear.
Now
I'm not that kind of brown, bro.
That was the weirdest thing. I don't know what happened.
Hmm.
I had to refresh it.
And then I got all awkward. Jeez.
All right, Jeff. Jess, ask your question one more time.
What was your sorry, now I'm gonna answer it. What would be your bucket list number one to like place to travel, travel, if I can talk. It came out better the first time, but where would you
I
love
don't
to
know.
visit?
I'm not a big traveler. I probably would not want to leave the U.S.
Okay. US is a great
Maybe
place to-
see Hawaii or something like that, or maybe someplace in the U.S. like Utah. But I've pretty much seen all the places that I care to see, so I don't really have a travel bucket list.
Have you been out of the U.S. ever?
No, never. I'm
I've
scared to
neither.
go. I'm scared to leave.
The US
I'm
is such
just
a
bored.
big country. Do you ever really need to leave the US? There's
I
so
don't
many
feel like
different
I do.
beautiful sights to see there.
Hmm.
It's pretty amazing, dude.
That's a good.
Yeah.
That's a good. That's true.
I mean, I've only been to France once, but there's so many beautiful places to visit in Britain that people don't go to. I mean, I have lived on an island in Scotland. I have seen jellyfish follow their ship. I have seen salmon for people farming salmon. I've seen the Royal Navy do exercises. I've been fishing in the Irish Sea. You know, and you can get to do all these things over here. People prefer to go to like Benidorm or Ibiza, and they usually have drunk and do the stuff. But so many beautiful other places to see around here.
You know what I find strange? Because we're talking about going to places to see things that are beautiful and have fun.
Mhm.
People think about going to places to do nefarious things, bro. It's so
Yeah.
messed up. I can't believe that. I can't
No.
freaking believe that, bro. Because I was gonna make a joke. It's like, well, have you sniffed cocaine off a ladyboy's ass yet? And I was like, oh, wait. There's people who want to do that. That's not a joke.
I have snorted tequila.
What a
You know what?
What a
No,
sense of
that's so.
humor.
Why would you smoke tequila?
I got dared to. Somebody dared me to, so I done it.
Yeah.
I was a bit drunk, and I honestly say I'll never do it again. But I have snorted tequila.
Oh gosh. Ow.
But like Europeans are pretty like I don't know how England would be because you guys are the island off of Europe, but like it's easy to like go from country to country, or am I wrong? I could
know,
be wrong.
yeah, it is easy because if you flew over here, you'd end up at Heathrow, so you can end up from England to Wales, and you could go up to Scotland. Then you can get the ferry to Northern Ireland. And
Gotcha.
then from Northern Ireland, you could go to the Republic of Ireland. But also, what you could do is get the plane over to Heathrow, land at London, catch a train, and you can be in Paris too.
Yeah.
That's the kind of cool thing about Europe.
Hmm.
Holy crap, you can get so much culture in one day.
Yeah. And with
That's
England, both England and Scotland, you can travel at least about half hour and you pick up different accents along the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you wanted to, you can start in Monte Carlo for breakfast,
Mhm.
have lunch, fish and chips in England, and finish your day in Amsterdam.
Yeah.
What the heck? That's a cool place, man. You ever do that? Do you ever just make an island hop day?
If I had the money, I'd do an island hop day, but it's pretty pricey over here.
Yeah, I
Mm.
bet. Yeah. Sorry.
That's the issue, see.
Yeah.
Everything's so pricey these days. Oh my gosh.
To
You
buy
do-
a house over here, you need at least about just under $1 million where I live.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
Are you still in a
Yeah,
village,
it's
like a smaller
disgusting.
town?
I'm actually in it's a countryside town, but it's more like It's more urban than anything else, but you can still see the countryside. You could walk out your door, and next 10 minutes away, you're in the country.
When you say
But-
country, do you mean like farmland?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, you could be. There's a video. If you check my channel out, there's a video done
Here, I'll
with the
put it.
pictures of British channels and no, British cities, and you can see it. It's only a short. It's only about a minute long. But,
If you drop a link, I'll play it. If
hold
there's
on,
no
let me get it. Yeah, let me get it here.
copyright music.
There's no copyright music.
Is it
'cause
the
it's short.
discussion salon? That's
Yeah,
Okay.
that's me.
Let's see which one.
It's British cities,
British.
part 1. It's a short. Hold on, I'll put it in the thing there.
Oh, okay.
I'll put it in the back
There's a
chat.
lot of
Yeah.
British in the titles.
So I'll put it in the private chat here. So there you go. And you can just mute the sound. And just music's just for effect, but it'll show you near where I live.
Okay.
Cool.
Oh, it's a short. All right.
Yeah.
Let me figure out how to
Space
do
Bike.
this.
Thanks for sharing.
Certainly.
Mute. Oh wow! Is there a way to make it bigger?
That's what she said.
Yes. Yeah. A bit full screen there maybe, but yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah, your buildings are very, very pretty. Architect, that's what I should have said. Architect.
Yeah.
Oh, I would go there for sure.
The pubs.
Man, that does look like the Lord of the Rings.
No, it looks like Nottingham. Schools going back to 1509.
That's cool.
Dang.
Yeah, so that's the area I live in.
New England
Yeah.
has nice, has very pretty I've never been there, but I've seen pictures of New England, and they have nice architect, you know.
Hmm.
But that I didn't show on that one. I didn't show the castle. I didn't show the Undercroft, which is an old medieval shop or storeroom. In one of the bookshops here, Waterstones, is one of the oldest Jewish synagogues in the Northern Hemisphere or the Western Hemisphere.
Oh,
Wow.
When you say medieval shop, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Like they make armor?
No, just medieval. You buy bread and stuff like that.
Medieval
Oh.
bread.
Yeah, medieval bread. Yeah,
It's
But it was
the
actually-
from
did try to take a picture of it, but I couldn't
Is that
get
what
it.
you buy your chainmail?
Yeah,
it's
so-
like medieval
Get
themed.
polished.
Yeah.
It's actually lower than the street that you see.
with the buildings being as old as they are, I don't know if you believe in spirits or ghosts. Are there I'm sure there's ghost stories and
Well,
stuff.
yeah, that's
but
what I've done. That's
have
what in
you
the video
ever-
I've done there. I put in that pub you see a black and white pub. That's called the Angel.
Okay.
The late great Sir Roger Moore stayed there when he was doing some filming, and you
Oh.
reportedly seen a soldier dressed in an old hussar uniform in his room. If you know what a hussar uniform is, it's like an army uniform with a little shoulder coat.
Gotcha.
And you've seen him in his room. There's also a ghost that haunts a car park too. It's well, from what the story goes, the girl was a Quaker, and she started seeing this local gypsy. Her dad forbade her to see him,
Oh,
and when she did try to get him back, he found somebody else. So she went on top of this quarry and chucked herself off.
oh,
And ghosts are supposed to reportedly haunted this car park.
So in America, we have TV shows related to ghost hunting. And
Yeah,
ghost-
but we have them over here.
you have them over there too. Okay.
Yeah.
You guys are basically like carbon copies, but just a little different. A little different.
A little bit more
we'll do
style and a
carbon
little
copies.
bit more
Yeah.
class.
You have the office. You have ghost stories.
Oh,
God.
yeah.
You have the murder. You have the murder criminal. Yeah. You have everything we have.
Well, you had
you have,
They
you have the Kardashians. You have like the Kardashians of England.
Don't start.
Don't
Don't
start.
start.
Don't start.
They
It's
got
probably
that.
the
Was it
royals.
Harry and the
Yeah.
Prince?
No,
Was it
no.
the wives of Dublin?
We do have wives like that. Yeah, we do have footballers' wives and stuff like that.
A
Trust me,
socialite.
I hate those programs. We've got a person called Katie Price. You just would walk up to her and slap her for the things that she's done.
Oh, they got what's her Victoria Beckham.
Victoria Beckham, we don't worry about so much. She's your problem now, guys. Deal with it.
I don't even know who she is. So.
She's a Spice Girl, and she is married to the soccer player.
Oh, which
name?
Spice was she?
She was
She's the
posh.
hot, sexy one. I don't know.
Yeah,
What
she's Posh Spice.
Posh.
David
yeah,
Beckham.
Posh Spice. Thank you.
Yeah, Victoria Beckham.
David Beckham. Yeah.
I remember Benny Hill.
Benny Hill. Yeah, I remember him too.
Good stuff.
Yeah, but that's one thing. I mean, next time I'm going to go out, I've got some things to do, but I'm just going to try to produce more like podcast type content. I've got one coming up. I'm writing a script for about a lynching in Georgia in 1918, and I'm going to try to get to do some more location lives if I can, coming from like museums if possible.
Oh wow!
I
love that kind of
What?
stuff like that.
Jeff is consistently live, and you happen to be in an area like that, and you happen to see Jeff is live. Join the show. We love checking out new places.
I love seeing like on the street, like the way people live, like on the street.
I
How
know.
about,
We already been to Spain, right? We went to Spain and California, I think, right?
Plasma
Yeah.
Void. He takes us on his hikes.
Yeah, Plasma took us on a hike, and
We get
Mirror,
to see the Moose's
Mirror in
house.
Spain. Steve,
It's the
that's
last
that little
location.
compound he was at.
The last location
I
I've
can see you guys
done was
see
from
gators.
Glasgow. That was only a couple of days ago.
Glasgow?
Yeah,
Hmm.
with some scary ass goals. I tell you that they feed them different up there. They're massive.
Dang.
I'm descended from a clan that was just east of Edinburgh.
Okay, which clan is that?
Ramsey?
Gordon Ramsay's clan, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm descended from the Buchanans, was it McLaughlins?
Hmm.
Also the Lennys.
The who?
The Lennys. It's all to do with the Scottish clan system. Because I'm related to one of the oldest clans in Scotland. I'm a direct descendant
The
of them.
Macbeths.
No, the Buchanans is one of the oldest. Then they're one of the great Highland clans.
Hmm.
And I can go back into where the village, where they're from, and I can go to because they settled in the village in Loch Lomond.
Hmm.
You know, but
Wow,
also
that's a lake.
my family came from Ireland, and I traced some of my family back, and one of my family members got shot and killed for killing 3 British soldiers, and back in 1918.
Mhm.
And it was so important in Irish history. They've made a song about him, and he's been on stamps.
Hmm.
So the age
Wow,
that he
your
was.
relative?
Yeah,
Wow.
Did
he
you happen to get one of the stamps and collect one of the stamps? Is that possible?
no, because I just recently found this out. Only like
How
about a
cool
year
would
and
it
a
be
half.
if there was a stamp still available for you
Oh,
to find?
Probably can get them, man. Yeah, could get them. I mean, he's even got his own song out there too. But
Have you ever heard of Dalhousie Castle in Scotland?
no,
Hmm.
no. But I've been to Edinburgh. That's a bit of a tourist trap.
Yeah.
You know, and plus, if you're a big guy like me, it's not good for walking.
Thought they
It's
were all on the hill.
Yeah, it's right. It's because it's built on top of on a volcano too,
Mm.
Oh
and it
wow.
oversees
Really?
the town. Yeah,
That's the first time I've heard that area would have volcanoes.
yeah. Edinburgh had a volcano, and they built the thing on top.
Yeah. Being an island, you guys probably built a lot of things on top, like of each other. So you have history stacked, just compressed
Yeah,
on
I
top
mean,
of each other.
yeah. There's a picture somewhere, and you see history, and you see the layers, and you see Roman roads, and you see medieval roads, and other roads, and leading up. If you go to London,
Wait, the Roman built roads in England at one
Oh,
point
yeah.
in time?
yeah.
Oh, like it's just common knowledge. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
How do you think they moved around?
I didn't think about that. I didn't need to know about that. Like, sorry.
If you're talking about ghosts, this is another good one. In York, there was somebody decorating a basement in York, or we call a cellar, you'd call a basement. And he was decorating in there, and he heard this noise. And he was wondering what it was, and the noise is getting louder and louder. This is a really famous ghost story. You can check this up. And suddenly, he's seen these Roman soldiers march through this cellar. And you
Oh,
just
that's
stood
weird.
there. Yep, and you
That's
just stood
weird.
there. And what makes it worse is he knows nothing about the Roman history. He actually spoke to a Roman historian, and he said, "Okay, describe the uniform." And he described what they're wearing in the uniform that they're in, and they were part of the York's. It's not legions. It's the other auxiliaries, part of the auxiliary unit that was in York at that time. And he's seen them. He's seen this Roman legion just march through the cellar.
I'd love to see something like that, man. That would blow my mind.
Nope. You can keep that.
Nope.
You can have those.
Yeah, yeah,
You can
definitely.
have my experience. Actually, go ahead and take my experience and take. I don't want that, bro. I don't want to see no ghost.
Yep. Yeah. So the Romans did build roads to get to London quicker.
Londinium.
But
Yeah.
what they also built Hadrian's Wall.
They built another wall before that too.
My
Those two walls
my
in
silliest fear about ghosts is like if I was to visit like a haunted, like really haunted place, like especially like a hotel or something, and like I'd be afraid. I don't want them to come home with me. Stay where you belong. So I'm really my husband told me he wanted to go. There's like this really like famous haunted place near us. I was like, I don't want to go. He's like, why? I said, because I don't want it to come home with us. Like, home with us.
It's not like they're gonna eat all the food or anything, though. You know.
So where I live, there was an old. There is an old cemetery. It still is a cemetery. It used to be the world's biggest cemetery. It was bigger than the cemetery in New York. It had 2 train stations going into it, and the village. You said a graveyard is built round a village. No, this village was built round the graveyard. The trains would come from London because London's running out of space. It was in charge of the Industrial Revolution. So the trains would go back up the line, back to the line, then come back down to these stations, and they'll bury them by class. You have third, second, or first. There's a military side to the graveyard too, which is there's US Naval World War One. We can go in. They've got an old naval uniform and an old army uniform. Go in. There's Canadians, South Africans, Belgians, Polish. There's even German POWs buried there. There's Commonwealth. There's also a thing called the Chelsea Pensioners. They're buried there. It's just a massive cemetery for military side if you're into that type of stuff. And it's easy accessible because there's a train station just right outside it too.
Yeah, that's important here too. We have big military graveyards.
With Arlington.
But it's very weird to find a US naval cemetery in Britain.
Huh.
Why?
Oh, this is
largest...
US?
Yeah.
Oh,
whoa.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah,
Why?
it's why? Because of World War One.
That makes sense.
They
Okay,
did make it. They did make it so it could fit in World War II graves, but there's a big US World War II cemetery in Cambridgeshire, so they transported them. Some of them back home to repatriate back home, or they put them into Cambridge. But you go in this graveyard and you go into the US military side. You've got Old Glory stand flying high always,
Oh, glory.
and you got a mausoleum, and you go in there and you walk into mausoleum, and it's got the American coat of arms on the floor, all done in bronze. You look at the top, and everything is done in gold leaf. And you've got names of everybody, names of all the lives that are lost from the Navy and from the US Coast Guard and to the US Navy from World War One.
Yeah, America, we like our gold.
Yeah.
Well, thanks. That's great that you guys
I
do
feel
that.
like I'm
for
on a
us.
Google
Really
tour.
cool.
You know, and it's really well respected. It's so
you guys
clean.
have
It's quiet.
I'm not to
Yeah.
cut you off. From what I because I used to watch what's his name, the English guy. I can't remember his name now. Anyways, forget his name. But he's you know how we have like Memorial Day or Labor Day or whatever. You guys have like I don't know what it's called, but you guys it's like you put out yellow flowers or something, and everyone gets a day off. And you guys, it was. Do you know what I'm talking about?
We have Armistice Day.
Thank you. That's the day. Yes. And
The Armistice Day. We don't.
Was that right?
We
With yellow
don't wear
flowers.
yellow. No, it was red. We wear red poppy.
Or poppy stick. That's
Yeah.
sorry. Yes.
So we do that because of the red poppies that grow in the French fields.
And is that for World War One or is it for
Yeah,
everything?
that's for World War One. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's for World War One and up to everything now. It's all combined. But when it first started, it was just for World War One.
Strange. California grows orange poppies naturally.
Yep.
Strange that the French coast has red poppies. Interesting.
Maybe to do with the acid in the soil.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Hmm.
Man,
But we got like, we got like battlefields. You can go and see. You can go around the battlefield. It's like the American Civil War. You can go and see the Civil War ones. We can see the English Civil War ones and the medieval ones too, as well.
You know what I always wanted to do is take a metal detector to one of those old battlefields, and see what you could come up with. But so many people have done it before that there's probably nothing left,
You'd be very surprised. There'd be loads of stuff left.
Really?
Yeah.
So, I would think that you guys do this over there. Do you guys have Renaissance fairs?
Yes, we do.
I would think so. I would think that people would love to celebrate being like medieval times, but I just never see them.
I used to do Napoleonic reenactments.
Nice.
Yeah. Yep.
Do y'all do Shakespeare plays over there?
Yeah.
We've got the Globes, the 2 Globe theatres, so yeah, we do Shakespeare's.
Oh, how cool. Yes.
You can go into London and go to the Globe, or you can go to the traditional home of Shakespeare, and they've got another Globe theatre there too.
That's cool.
But they do. We don't call them Renaissance fairs. We call them something else. But you get to see knights jousting and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Nobody would call them Renaissance fairs from America.
Hmm.
What are they? What would they be called? Medieval
fairs. Yeah, we don't say Renaissance. Renaissance means something different.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
does.
the Renaissance was like the 1700s, right?
Yeah, Renaissance is an art movement.
Am I calling it
well, it
wrong?
started in Italy earlier, and then it hit England. I guess about the 1600s.
Yeah, we got that word all messed up. Am I calling it wrong? They're called Renaissance fairs here,
No,
right?
no,
Yeah, they are.
You're not calling it wrong.
Yeah, that's weird that we do that. Now that I realize that. We're so goopy.
And you do know that apple pie is not American.
The what?
What?
Apple pie is not American.
Uh-oh.
Stop that.
Cherry pie is American.
Is Budweiser American?
Not anymore.
It sounds German.
Apple pie
What
was
is?
mentioned in the Chaucer Tales in the 1300s. And
I'll
it
be
comes from
darned.
England.
Well, it's at least Anglo-Saxon.
And mac and cheese has got English roots too.
Oh boy.
Oh, now you guys invented pasta. Okay, go
14th
ahead.
century.
No,
Let's hear
no,
this.
I never said we invented pasta. It was we used to eat cheese and pasta because all part of Europe. Men used to go on a thing called the Grand Tour, and he used to pick up goods and trading, and he used to bring back, and the Tudors used to eat cheese and pasta together.
Like macaroni and cheese.
Yeah.
Now I want
when-
macaroni and cheese.
Kid, is there anything we get credit for?
Come on, hamburgers.
Hamburgers?
Oh,
Is that
hamburgers
us?
are German. They
Steak.
come from Germany.
From Hamburg, Germany.
Yeah.
Don't say hot dogs because they're Frankfurters, also from Germany.
Hot dogs are from Germany.
Oh.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Fried chicken?
I think that could be.
Yeah. Oxtails.
Oxtails
I
are
don't know.
everywhere. Yeah.
Trying to think of some country dish.
Corn on the
dish.
cob.
Corn dog.
Maize.
Yeah, corn on the cob. Yes. Corn came from the Americas. There you go.
Oh, popcorn.
Yeah, popcorn. Yep. Same.
Well,
Yep.
corn isn't even
Chinese
real.
food and
7,000 years old.
Tex-Mex.
I love
Teriyaki. That started here in Seattle.
Doritos.
Have you ever tried haggis?
Yeah,
No,
the
we
chip.
can't.
It's illegal here.
It's illegal, yeah, because of the sheep's lung.
Yeah.
The what?
The sheep's lung. You
Haggis.
can't have it here because it's illegal. It's made with barley and oats and stuff
Peppers,
in the sheep's stomach, and it's
Oh, he
got
must have said haggis.
Yeah, I
yeah,
did.
yeah.
I thought you said tacos for some
No,
reason.
no,
Which is those little spicy chips.
Yeah.
No.
Then you guys started explaining, and I was like, "Yeah, I think they're talking about something else."
It's actually quite nice. It's actually really quite versatile. You can do many things with it. But the traditional way is boiling it in a sheep's stomach and serving it with mashed potato.
I was
I'd
going to
just have
say
a meat
French
pie.
fries. I was.
Rather just have a meat pie.
But then
A
I
shepherd's
thought-
pie.
Like the French would try to claim it, or the Belgians, or something.
Belgium.
But the potatoes was us, wasn't it? And yams too, probably.
Well, Jeff, you asked if Budweiser was American. It's not anymore. The Belgians bought it.
Well,
Yeah.
somebody needed to after that fiasco.
It doesn't the original recipe come
bourbon?
from Czechoslovakia for Budweiser?
Hmm?
The original recipe, the original Budweiser comes from Czech Republic.
Oh,
Oh.
Makes sense.
Don't know. Guess we look it up.
Well, we're whiskey. Is whiskey known for, like, or is America known for their whiskey?
Whiskey, no, whiskey's Irish and Scottish.
Oh, damn it. Bourbon is whiskey, isn't it?
Yeah, we thought that we done that, so we needed to fight the English.
Mm.
To get drunk in battle, and you end up you're not going to feel a thing after you're drinking a bottle of whiskey, are you?
hmm.
Hey, Paul.
Yeah.
Do you enjoy canned beans? Just beans.
Baked beans, British
Yeah,
style.
baked-
Yes.
See, we have American barbecue beans, and I wonder how different your guys' just baked beans are.
I
Mine's
know the
canned.
difference. Yeah, I know the difference there. Our beans are made with a tomato sauce. Your beans
Oh.
are made with molasses.
Yeah.
Yep.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So, and I saw a can of just baked beans in the store, and it was a different section of this. It was an international section. And I was like, oh, I wonder if those are the English baked beans.
What about corned beef and cabbage?
Oh yeah.
That is not a thing. That is not Irish at all. That's an American
It's
invention.
Jewish.
Corned beef and cabbage. You mean salt beef?
No, yeah, it's Jewish because it was cheap. When they came to this country, they would make it all the time, and somehow it got turned into the Irish thing.
Yeah, Irish don't eat that. Irish would a traditional Irish meal would be gammon mash and cabbage,
Hmm.
or a plate or a bowl full of coddle.
Of what?
Coddle.
What's coddle?
Coddle is a potato, sausage, and carrots, all mixed, all stewed together.
That doesn't sound too bad.
That's great.
I'll do it.
And you have that with a nice pint of Guinness and some soda bread.
Oh yeah.
Cabbage and carrots, potatoes. That's what they throw at the St. Patrick's Day parade in New Orleans to make Irish stew. You're supposed to take it home and make a stew with it.
I'm too simple. When I hear soda bread, I imagine like you biting into a piece of bread and then you get the carbonation bubbles.
Like Alka-Seltzer.
Me too. Like I know it's kind of air. Like, isn't it airy or is it dense?
Oh, it's because of the baking soda or something.
Yeah, it's dense. Yeah, it's just baking soda. There's no yeast in it. They don't put yeast.
It's
Gotcha.
It's like medieval bread.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just wholemeal brown bread, buttermilk, and baking soda.
Will you like English? Do you like when you're talking about the beans? You like to put the beans on toast, correct? Or bread?
Everybody's got their own way of doing it.
That's not nasty.
Some people like dipping their toast into the beans, or putting their, when they have the toast in their hand, putting the beans on top of the toast and eating that way. Some people like the beans on top of the toast, or some people just, it's all individual.
Do you have this with tea?
I rarely drink tea.
Oh.
What about eggy in the basket?
Huh?
Oh yeah.
What's that?
Eggy in the basket? You don't know that
Is
one?
that the little wieners in the biscuit?
No, you cut a hole in a piece of bread and you make toast or whatever, and you cook the egg in the middle of it.
Oh, the egg is the piggy.
No.
I'm thinking piggy in the blanket.
No, not piggy, eggy.
Eggy
We've got
in
a
the
thing
basket.
called egg banjos. If you
I never heard.
if you make a fried egg, but make the yolk really runny, so and you don't cut it, so when you bite into it, it squirts everywhere, and you end up brushing your shirt like a banjo.
It's another reason I don't travel. I wouldn't be able to eat.
But we go traditional fish and chips.
Which is the French fries, right?
No, they're chips.
Like potato chips?
We don't do French.
But they're French. An American would see them as French fries. They'd be like, "What? That's French fries you're eating. Can I have one? Where's the ketchup?"
They're chips. They're chips. You don't go into a chip and go, "I have
British.
French fries, please, mate." No, they're chips.
See, you asked why I don't travel. Right here, this right here.
You'd be like, "What the fuck?"
They're French fries.
Yeah.
Everybody knows they're French fries. Stop being pretentious.
Also, if you travel around Britain, there's different dishes you find in chip shops. We're called chip shops, like fish and chip bars. We'd call them. We call them chippies or chip shops. If you go
Chippies
to
fish,
or really are the crunchy ones, right? Chippies,
like Long John Silver, those little crusties.
Oh no, chippies is like what you call a thick French fry, for fuck's sake.
So potato chips are crisps, correct?
Yeah, crisps.
Yeah, they're crisps.
Okay,
They're
crisps.
called
All right,
crisps.
all right.
And they call
So-
cookies. I had it in my head, and it just left.
Okay, so cookies and biscuits are different. See, biscuits.
That's right.
Are
Yeah, you
harder.
call it cookies, biscuits.
Okay, so a biscuit is harder than a cookie. A cookie is chewy to us.
Hmm.
Hmm.
You know, with a little
Y'all
bit.
are so weird.
But if you go into Scotland and you go to a chippy in Scotland, you can order a pizza crunch.
That sounds good.
A what?
A pizza crunch.
I love how we say what and he repeats the exact same words.
What is a pizza?
Well, you know
I
what?
understood
When you
what a
go to
pizza crunch was.
Scotland-
I don't know
that.
what a pizza crunch is, sir.
Pizza
When
crunch
you go to
You have to
Scotland-
explain it better.
is
You know what
pizza
happens?
deep fried in
You
batter.
need
Deep fried
What?
pizza. I'm looking at it now.
Deep fried pizza and
That's a
batter.
great idea. Thank
Yikes.
you. Okay, I didn't. Yeah,
I'm
That's
thank
surprised
you.
America
I didn't
didn't
realize
come up with this.
Right?
Oh, thank you.
Once
Sorry.
again, I will do that.
Here, I'll show you all the pizza crunch.
Yep. That's the pizza.
Fried pizza.
Yes, a fried pizza.
Look
How
at
did
her.
we not think of this? How does Domino's not have a pizza crunch, bro?
Mm.
And also, we do deep fried chocolate in our chippies too.
How does that work?
Damn.
They do it in lighter batter,
Oh,
and they
duh.
do.
For some reason, I just see you guys dropping like a Hershey bar in there and just going nowhere. I'm like, oh,
They put the French
bro.
fries in chocolate, or they
No,
deep
they
fried just
they deep
chocolate.
fried a chocolate bar. They put it into batter. They put it
Oh
through
yeah, I've seen that. The deep fried Snickers.
Yeah.
I think they have that in America.
Yeah,
That sounds good. You guys make me hungry.
yeah. Well, thank you for explaining what a crispy pizza is. That's
No, Pizza Crunch.
Pizza Crunch. Thank you.
Yeah, Pizza
Thank you.
Crunch. Fried pickles are excellent.
Fried pickles are good. Fried mushrooms are good.
Oh,
Yeah, they
fried
sure are.
mushrooms.
Especially the little slime, the little frozen slimy ones.
Also, you got Scotch eggs.
No, well, we could make them if we wanted, but no one serves them anywhere.
What are those?
It's an egg wrapped in sausage meat, then wrapped in breadcrumbs and deep fried.
Ooh, that sounds good actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it sounds delicious.
I would try that.
It's
You
good
guys are frying
traveling
off.
food.
How are you guys not as fat as? Oh, I know. That's because you walk. Because you guys,
Yeah, they have bicycles. Yeah, they bicycle and walk everywhere.
Yeah. they walk to their work. Places and all. We gotta drive everywhere. You guys can walk and talk. Yeah.
And when they do it, they only eat one. We'll eat like 6.
Our portions, I've got to admit, are slightly smaller.
Yeah.
It depends where you go, though. In Scotland, they're massive compared to the south of England. I ordered
deep fries everything.
Yeah, I went into Scotland and ordered a thing called a munchie box. And I'm a big guy. Not even I could put a dent into this thing. I just chucked the bit away, really. And it was cheaper. For the amount of food I got on that box in Scotland was $13.95. In the south, I'd pay at least £25 for it.
Wow.
Oh wow.
Wow.
It's the price difference is night and day when you go travel about.
So do you live in like the country / almost the country side or
Country slash. I live just outside of London,
okay.
so I can be in London within like 45 minutes.
Driving,
That's pretty
right?
good.
Or
And
Are
the
you
extra-
walking?
Train.
What's a chinky?
Chinese.
Oh, okay. Munchie bar. All right, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the old-fashioned word for a Chinese.
Oh, that's in Britain. They still let you call it that.
No,
Let
not
you say
really. No. But if you're old enough, you get away with it.
My mom and my aunt would say, well, they still say Oriental. I'm like, can't do that. Stop it. She's like, what?
Yeah,
Mom's
that's
like,
we
why
used
not?
to say that growing up. Asian was people, and Oriental was non-human things.
Also,
Yeah,
Britain is great for Indian food.
Yeah, I've heard that actually.
Yeah, you have a lot of curries, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Do you have a Chinatown? Where like
we do have Chinatowns.
Oh, cool.
More
Do
than
you
one?
enjoy visiting them and going over for the food?
No, I really don't, because that's in London, you see.
Oh, London Chinatown.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you like keeping your area.
Yeah,
I
so
didn't like the
people-
Chinatowns either that I was in. Just
But if you're going to do a challenge, the traditional challenge is what me and my mates used to do, because I used to be a chef and we used to go out for a night out. We'd end up having a drink, obviously being comatose at the drink, and we'd do what a fowl challenge, which a fowl is the hottest curry on the menu.
Oh.
And we'll do that, and we'll try to eat that curry.
try to.
Have you tried like the one chip challenge and stuff like that?
Yeah, no, I haven't tried the one chip challenge. I once paid a guy £50 to eat two ghost peppers.
Oh my god!
For like just sadistic pleasure.
Just because we said we'll do it one day, you went, all right, then you give me this money, I'll do it. I went, all right. So I got the peppers in, brought the peppers especially, and he ate both of them and said, this is not hot. Then you see his face turning red and he's going, pass me the milk, pass me the milk, pass me the milk.
God, y'all so
I end up wanting to go to the hospital.
I'll do the one chip challenge when I hit 2,000 subs.
Like I say, mate, I used to be a chef. The amount of things we'd done is like one Christmas, I was working in an army camp and we clean filmed a girl to the table just for a laugh.
What?
We just clean filmed her to the table.
You did what?
Clean filmed her. The rat.
Oh,
yeah, saran wrap.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, we'd done that.
Oh, okay.
A person?
Yeah.
To the table?
Yeah.
A person.
What's wrong with y'all?
In a restaurant,
We didn't even think of stuff like that to do to each other.
We used to, because we work in the army camp,
local bar.
Y'all didn't have Mary Poppins around.
So we used to get an officer inspection. It would happen every day. An officer would come around, checks if he's okay. So me and this other chef were winding up this girl and we locked her in the walk-in fridge. And we stood behind that walk-in fridge door so she couldn't open it. She's banging the door, calling us all the names under the sun. Then this officer came up and he walked. And he heard this noise and he doubled back and he went, you two civilians? And I went, yeah, mate. He goes, I never seen a thing. Walked away. Yeah, then the girl came out and decided to beat us. It was pretty funny. We didn't do anything to harm her. It was just all a bit of banter in the kitchen. It's how it all works.
Yeah, I used to work in the kitchen and I was a dishwasher. And so I wore this shitty T-shirt that had a little hole on the shoulder. And we were all in high school. So this one kid that I went to high school with, he was a waiter. And he comes in and he sticks his finger in the hole and just rips the shirt right off of me. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? You know, so I'm at work with no shirt now. And he goes and he gets Scotch tape and he's trying to Scotch tape it together while I'm wearing the remnants.
We had one guy who he was looking for this sorbet and it was in the bottom of the freezer. And he was actually one of these, don't know if you do it in America, but work experience. They send school kids to do like 5 days work in one place if they like it. So that's what he done. And the restaurant manager goes, what's the matter? And he goes, I need to get that sorbet. He goes, well, go and get it then. So he was almost feet out of this little ice cream type freezer, you know what I mean?
Mm.
And the restaurant manager got a hold of his feet and just turned his feet up, and all he seen was his feet sticking straight out of this freezer.
Yeah. I think every kid, at least one, or you should work at a restaurant at least. I mean, even if it's just for a day, it's funner, but you should work at a restaurant for at least once in your life.
That was fun.
I remember when I worked, because I used to be a waitress when I was younger, and God knows why they chose white T-shirts for us to wear. I mean, of course they had the logo, but we had our white T-shirts, and I had like a big table. You know, I had a tin top. So I got all my drinks. Stupidly, I don't know, there was this like little ledge I could place them. And I remember I thought it was going to balance right, and it didn't. And all the drinks just fell all on me. I'm wearing a white T-shirt.
Oh,
and the guy that the table with the guy, one of the guys that I was, the 10 top, the guy goes, woo, wet T-shirt contest. I was like, oh dear God.
I used to live and work in this pub. I was helping my mate to run it. And my friend went out. He was seeing a girl, so he had to go. Went out late at night and left me there. And at 2 o'clock in the morning, nobody was in this pub. Everybody was locked in. I heard a full pub downstairs. I heard people talking, and I heard glasses clinking, like somebody's putting glasses away. And when my mate came, when I seen my mate, he goes, "No, I didn't come in till around about 3 o'clock." So I just heard this it sounded like a normal busy day pub, but nobody was down there at the time.
the ghosts were having a party.
There had to be,
Yeah.
or you were hallucinating it.
No, I know it was hallucinating. No, I was stone cold sober that day.
That
That's
might have
it.
been the problem. I'm just joking.
Oh, no.
Totally
No,
teasing.
it was honestly there was nobody in that pub at all when I heard that.
What was for lunch, Jeff?
Me?
Yeah,
No,
did
the
you eat
other
something
Jeff.
while you were having a talk?
Yeah, I had some pizza.
And very nice, very nice. Nice. I'm gonna have some barbecue later.
Oh, that's right. You're doing the barbecue, man.
I have it right here next to me. I'm just waiting to get off stream, and then I have tri-tips, sweet potatoes, and Mexican corn.
Oh,
Nice.
good.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet potatoes.
I don't like.
Yeah,
sweet
it has
potatoes.
kind of been food porn today. I think we needed a good day of food porn.
So tell we getting now in thing. We've got Wendy's where I am from now.
Oh,
We're getting Wendy's and we're
Yeah,
getting I haven't tried it yet.
Oh,
The square
We used to have a
patties.
good bargain menu. Like
Mm.
you could choose different items for cheap.
And
yeah,
we're getting
like 4 hamburgers for like, I don't know, $4 and just eat them all in the middle of computer.
and we're getting a Popeyes soon, I think too.
Oh my God, you gotta pop! Oh, you gotta love that if they do it right. If they do it like they're supposed to do it. I don't know. The British
Yeah.
people may not, but
I
if
had-
you don't
I like
like it,
Popeyes.
it's you. It's not the chicken. It's not.
Is
The
I
Popeye really
had-
that good? I've not really had it.
well, now they
I've
have
just
Cane's chicken fingers, which is kind of started to supplant Popeyes.
never- Are they
But,
good?
Yeah, I think Popeyes is that good.
I like their spicy chicken. Like they have fried chicken, but they have the breading spicy. I like that.
Church's is good too. But if you're getting a Popeyes, you're very lucky. I have to travel
But
to the
KFC,
nearest
like,
Popeyes
if-
here.
I don't know. So sorry, Jeff. Sorry.
Oh,
yeah, KFC is rotten over here.
Yeah, KFC sucks. Ugh. Popeyes
Yeah,
is
it
10
does.
times better.
I loved it growing up. They had that good the gravy, the mashed potatoes with the gravy.
Yeah, the KFC has gone right downhill.
Didn't
used
they
to-
all merge with Taco Bell and Pizza
Well,
Hut?
they're all owned by Pepsi.
Oh,
Yeah, we got Taco Bell over here too now.
I haven't eaten one of those in forever.
Yeah, not very good. I tried it a couple of times.
That's kind of
It
how I
wasn't-
remember it too.
Do you guys have any Mexican restaurants in
Yeah.
England?
Yeah, we got Chipotle.
Chipotle.
Yeah.
Oh, we're talking about like Alejandro's.
No, we don't have things like that. We did, but we did have independent ones. We did have independent.
Mexican,
Oh.
Mexicali. Yeah.
A Mexican, like a Tex-Mex. I mean, because
Yeah,
real
Tex-Mex,
Mexican
yeah.
food could be a little off, but like a
Oh,
it's
Tex-Mex
so
place,
funny.
man.
I see the Alejandro's in England, bro. Like legit.
I'm going to England, and I'm gonna do a restaurant that makes Mexican food, and you all will come.
Tex-Mex or real Mex?
Our
So,
Tex-Mex is something you get from the pizza, like some crap, basically.
So, Paul, do you
Yeah.
have 7-Elevens?
We used to,
Oh, you used to.
yeah.
Oh.
Where'd they go?
Well, our 7-Elevens, we do themes, and one of the themes they do is the Simpsons theme, and it would be funny if you guys do Simpson themed 7-Elevens.
No, we used to have a 7-Eleven where I used to live, but it obviously didn't work over here.
Yeah, I guess it didn't work. That's so strange. Well, I thought would have worked.
Do you guys have Wawas?
What's that?
It's a gas station. It's a Wawa. It's a gas station.
Wawa.
It's actually Canadian.
Who thought of those names?
Oh, it's Pennsylvania.
Huh?
Wawa was made in Pennsylvania, right?
Wawa?
Yeah,
They call
it's
it
a gas.
Wawa?
Yeah, it's a big
Yeah,
brand.
They started a company and they said we're gonna name it Wawa.
Yeah, it's a gas station.
Wawa,
and they-
Weewa.
Well, yeah, Pennsylvania's weird anyway.
Yeah. For some reason, I was thinking I know I was thinking Canadian.
Oh, yeah, I could. That I would believe.
But yeah, it's WAWA, and they're a real big chain in East Coast,
We do have
and they serve really good food.
What, do you need to stop at the Wawa, honey? Do you need to wee while we're at the Wawa?
Well,
I
Jeff,
didn't name
there's
the damn
also a
place.
Wawa pedal. You know, there's a Wawa pedal in music.
But
So I
most
think
of
you guys are on the East Coast.
most of our fast food places are just like the norm: Burger King, KFC, McDonald's.
Oh, the normal one. Starbucks.
Yeah. Starbucks. We've got Five Guys over here now.
What are they? I thought that was the oil change place. What am I thinking of?
Burgers.
Five burgers? Five?
No, the burgers. They're not five burgers.
I thought it was the place you took your car. Five Guys.
No,
Five Guys started a burger restaurant. Yeah.
Sorry.
It sounds like a place where we end up wrong and thinking and maybe giving you the wrong directions to.
Hey, I
Yeah,
have Jamie in the
oh.
back. Can you flash your cam real quick so I'll know it's you? I don't know who would dare impersonate Jamie, but all right, yo, go ahead. Were we talking about Five Guys?
Yeah. But we have a thing over here called Greg's.
Grapes?
Greg.
Great.
Yeah.
Hey,
Greg.
Jamie.
Wow, wow, wee, woo.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Jamie. Sorry.
Yeah, there's not a lot of people that would have the balls to impersonate me, and if you do, just remember to clip their audio and send it to me.
Yeah, so Greg's is a bakery where you can order like pastries like a sausage roll or cooked pasty, your donuts or cakes and drinks, and they do other hot stuff too. They do really crap pizzas, but you know what I mean. That type of pizza's been left on the shelf for like an hour or something.
Is it like the mall pizza or the convenience
It's just like a square rectangle type shit.
I think Jeff would actually do really well in Europe. Because pizza's everywhere, bro.
What's everywhere?
It's everywhere.
What is?
Pizza.
Pizza and fried chicken.
It's not my favorite food. It's just convenient. It's a food of convenience.
Kebabs too.
It's bachelor food.
Jeff, you know the only thing you got up there by you, Jeff. The only good thing. There's only like two good things actually. Now that I think of it, you have Jack in the Box and you have Black Angus Steakhouse. That's it.
Black
You're fucked
Angus,
everywhere else.
Yeah, Black Angus.
Black Angus.
I don't even know if I'd count Jack in the Box.
No, Jack in the Box at 2 a.m. is fucking great.
What's Black
No,
Angus
actually-
known for?
Steak.
The steak, like not like you know how Outback is known for like the blooming onion.
Yeah,
Right.
steak.
Yeah, they're just known for steak. Angus, good Angus steak.
Steak.
I guess, yeah.
Are you
Cheesecake.
supposed to say African American Angus now?
No, Black Angus. What if they're not from Africa? What if they're Haitian? You still call them African American? No.
I'm just trying to be politically correct. That's all.
No, black is all encompassing. It's
Black
actually
is
a very
all the black
yeah.
people I know prefer to be called black. So
yeah, they're like, we're black.
Right?
You blind? We're
that's
black.
what they tell you. We're black. We're not colored.
Have you ever tried,
We ain't colored.
Took a crayon and just went all over him, you know? Like,
it's like, have you ever tried
something like
Jamaican goat curry?
Actually, yeah. That's
Yeah,
delicious.
That's really cool, especially if you get your dumplings too with it.
Yeah. Anything that Jamaicans make is pretty fucking.
Spicy.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I like curry goat.
That's yeah.
Jerk chicken's really good. I don't know if you guys said that.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's the thing. Also, they do like a thing, their version of like a Cornish pasty, but call it a patty.
Yeah.
Pasty?
And lamb.
What's a pasty?
It's like a pastry, like a patty, you know, like a, you've seen Jamaican beef patties, right?
Like a meat pie?
Yeah, kind of.
Oh, okay.
Kind of. It's just like a folded over meat pie type thing.
Yeah, okay.
Like a calzone?
good.
Yeah, like a calzone.
Like a
It is,
calzone.
yeah, like a calzone.
I thought a
Yeah.
pasty was what's British in pasty? Is it the bra or the panties?
Isn't that
Oh,
the thing
the
that
Those are
pasties,
covers
I
those
know
are
what you're on about.
pasties.
isn't the little
Yeah,
tassel on it?
yeah, the things that give the
It was
women. I
from
think, only,
a certain region in Britain calls it pasties.
yeah.
It's
No, everybody calls it pasties.
because they
But
had
it's,
it on RuPaul.
yeah, if you go to Cornwall, it's a Cornish pasty.
Yeah, Cornwall. That's what it.
But
That's what it.
anything
Goddamn RuPaul.
anything else is just a normal pasty if it's made outside of Cornwall.
Okay.
Because there's
So
protected
Jeff, have you
food.
been making a lot of friends lately?
Mhm.
I would say no.
No.
No. In fact, I did that thing the other day where it says that you were like the sum total of the 5 people that you spend most of your time with. And I sat down and I tried to figure out who are those 5 people. And I realized there's not even 5 people I regularly spend enough time with to even evaluate who I am currently, if that's
That's not a bad thing.
the metric you use. So I have very few people in my life, other than the
That's
Panelverse, which comes and goes.
that's not a bad thing, Jeff. Friends are expensive. I'm just letting you know.
Mhm.
Quality versus quality. Quality
Yes.
versus quantity.
Yes, that, yes.
Right.
If
And
I'm
they
going to
say
be
you
If I
the
have
got one
5
5
good friend,
people,
I'm
I want to
good.
make sure they're the best 5 people I can find.
exactly.
That's
If
right.
you have 5 people as friends, that's a lot of friends.
That's more than
Like
most people.
Zatatouille is my friend.
Excellent. Thank you. You're my
Zatatouille.
friend too.
Yeah, 5 people right here, Jeff, and then how many people in the chat?
Yeah, but you're going to be the total of those 5 people. So the influence they have on you. So it has to be 5 people that are going to help you become what you're trying to become. And so
Well,
you have to choose the 5 carefully. And it has to be the
I got
5
no
people you
influence.
spend most of your time around. So not when you find the 5 people, you have to be sure to have that be the people you spend the majority of your time around to get that effect.
Jeff, how have I influenced your life?
Who's talking? Jamie?
Jamie. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're like another peer recovery bro. Like you know what we come from the same field. So there's a common
Word.
language between people with our backgrounds.
So you both.
So have you
Sorry.
psychoanalyzed Mr. Cerrone yet?
No, he doesn't strike my attention nearly the way he does everybody else. Like,
Oh
but
man, it's because he acts totally different around you. I'm telling you.
Yeah, he's
that's
putting
that's
on
what
an
I'm
act. He
He's
don't.
well
Yeah.
behaved. He makes all his trolls look like the ones that are
Right.
uncivilized and causing trouble.
It's us.
Yeah,
It's our fault.
Yes, it's usually him that does it.
Yeah.
But as far as he and I, just our one-on-ones, our conversations are pretty
I'm trying
normal
to
for the panel.
I'm trying to prove that he's a sociopathic psychopath.
He could be.
Could be
Any of
hit
us
the
could
nail-
be.
Yeah, you could hit the nail on the
I
head.
saw a
on that.
video today, Jeff, where he was making fun of you. He was imitating the way you talk and shit.
Oh, really? What was he? See, something like that might
See,
That,
I told you,
change
he
the way
just
I
pulled
look
the
at
wool
things.
over your
What?
eyes, Jeff.
Do you have a clip?
Mm.
No, I could give you the name of the channel though. It was
Yeah.
YT for YouTube.
Oh, they
Sorry.
were in here. No, I found it
Finding the
earlier
Liars.
using the new search technique.
So
It's
I
like
got a
all you have
question
to
about
do.
this.
Yeah.
About this
Sorry.
topic. So I know somebody on YouTube whose channel it is. That's what the channel is designed for. Is a troll content channel. That's not who the person is in real life. That's literally all the channel is designed for. Is to point out and be a drama channel. It's not who they are in real life. So, for example, if Mike does a troll drama channel and he comes here as a different person, is that somebody doing that concept?
No, because he's got no channel. He's got his YouTube account, but he has no channel at all.
He doesn't stream himself.
No,
Okay. All
he's
but
never
what
streamed. He used to go on a channel called Vegas Valley, and Vegas Valley done some horrendous trolling.
okay, now that's perfect. That's perfect answer for Mike. Now, how do you answer my question though? Like, it was an example for overall people who do that. I don't know Mike, and wasn't addressed towards Mike. It was overall the concept of people who create troll channels, but then also act differently because that's not who they are. They're just making content because we know trolling content produces views.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I get that. Some people will do that. Yeah, sure.
My views did go up, I have to say.
Are you saying like, I'm sorry, what was your question? Was that person like still a good person at the core, or you just talking about their channel?
Yeah, if someone's in the business of making trolling content and that's not who they are as a real person,
Okay.
how do we separate that? Can we separate that?
But are they that person then? Because if they're going to make a channel, surely they've got to be that person.
Well, if
Well,
you know,
I think we all have a
does
little
he make it
troll in us.
obvious that he's a troll? Like
They would
to a
have to
normal
adapt.
person, to people that aren't like so self-involved and delusional, where they wouldn't be able to see past their nose. Okay, so, but to like a person, to like a normal person, I should say, quote unquote, you know what I mean? Would they be able to know that they're just trolling, or is he trolling the people that can't see past their nose? You know what I mean? Like, how is he troll? Like, you understand? Does that make sense? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know much about trolls.
They would have to have a natural inclination to do it, so I don't think that they would have the ability to do it without it actually existing in their psyche. They just haven't exposed it to themselves yet.
You don't think everybody has the ability to troll?
Oh, everyone, every single person. But whether that's a common trait in your day-to-day life, that's different. That would be like, that would go to the quality of your trolling. Like, are you a naturally good troll? Is it a natural inclination for you to do it? And that would be like the determining factor, because anyone can make a drama content channel, but whether it's good or not, and that's totally different.
And
I'm
I don't
pretty damn good at it.
Trolling to me is one aspect of a person. I have many friends that are trolls, so I can get to know the larger person and just see their troll side as just one part of them too.
But that's part of them, isn't it? So if anybody does a trolling channel, that is automatically part of them. And
yeah, I would say it's expressive of something about them.
I don't know. The hard part would be learning how to. So when you're a troll, you're going to get a natural adrenaline rush. And if you're a good troll, you're going to learn how to exist in that adrenaline rush and actually keep it like continuous and not really falter like one way or the other. You're not going to go too extreme. You're not going to go too like mundane. You're going to find that perfect sweet spot, and you're going to be able to adapt it to your audience in like real time.
Like learning to pick your moment to strike.
Right.
Kairos.
Yep.
I don't know.
Because you can troll people, then people can't be bothered, but you can pick that one moment when you see a little bit of weakness in what they've been writing or talking, and you can strike for them, and they can automatically throw them off.
Yeah, kind of like how I used to do to Vegas Valley.
Oh, Joe.
He thought doxing me was going to do anything. I was like, dude, you're fucking late to the party, man.
He once asked me for my doctors. Yeah, what's the name of your doctors? Oh, dude, come on.
I mean, doxing, that's wrong. Like that's
I think that's the line for sure.
That's like beyond wrong. That's just like, and especially if you do something with that dox, that's even.
I dox people.
Yeah.
Do you use the information? That's not right. I mean, that's not good. You shouldn't dox people. Doxing is illegal in YouTube land. I know.
Well, that's why I have multiple channels.
So, hey, Jeff, this is for a learning experience. Do you mind if I use you as an example?
With it, well, let me know what it's in.
This is in regards.
I know what you're using me in first to tell you.
This is in regards of, for example, you have somebody new coming to the channel. You have people in the chat saying that this guy, this new person, I'm not going to say guy, this new person has bad credit throughout the YouTube panelverse. Do you take on what they say, or do you, or do you walk the fine line of potentially having a troll on your channel and then finding out the hard way, and 2 to 3 live streams later that all these people were correct.
I do the second option because that's what's happened before. I treat everybody the same, and I use my own eyes and ears to make my own judgments. Because I'm often the person that gossip and rumor is. I'm somebody else's troll sometimes. So I'll go into a situation, and the gospel starts. So I know what it's like to be that person. I have to base it on something observable.
Okay.
In order
So,
to
real
treat
quick-
that person differently. So until that happens,
So
I don't have a reason to treat them any differently than I would anybody else if they're following the rules of the channel.
how would you feel if someone was like, "Hey, I have a video of this person doing this of something"?
Yeah,
Would
if they need to
would
show. I
you-
keep asking because this happened with this
Oh.
happened before with another troll, and this is the exact same situation. And people kept coming to the channel and telling me all this stuff about him, and I kept saying, "I will look at anything you send me. Just show me something." And nobody
The
ever
receipt.
did. There was no video clip, no article, nothing. It was just rumors and gossip. It was hearsay.
Yeah.
Is
I
this
would need
somebody?
I'd say more.
No, sorry.
So
Is
if
this
people
somebody
have a
I
Well, real quick,
timestamp, like
guys.
look at this specific thing. Somebody did send me something of the person eating their boogers, and I said I need something more than that they eat their boogers.
I know
to go
which
on.
one that
If that's the
is.
worst you have on them,
So real quick, everybody, 2 things. One, if you ever want to see a professional troll, visit the Spit Cup, all capital,
here I'll put your
spaces.
channel.
And 2, I gotta run. I gotta go to another panel. You guys have a good day. Jeff,
What
good
panel?
seeing you. Somewhere, somebody named Jack.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I heard.
Oh,
or whatever.
Oh,
Talcadia. He's heading over to Talcadia.
Hang on.
Well, you should.
Yeah,
You should
I don't
do
know.
that for me. I'm joking.
Well,
All right,
these are
Julie.
walls here.
Jess, you still have an open invitation to become my co-host, by the way.
Do you have Discord?
Yeah.
Let me think. We'll talk about this later. I don't know how. You have to have,
Okay, think about it. Bikini
I got
necessary,
it.
mandatory.
Will you be trolling Talcadia? Is that why you're heading over there?
Oh no. I don't troll him.
Okay, all right.
Oh, it's a serious.
I separate myself on decent panels.
Oh, is your name changes when you go on?
Although my name stays the same, and my cash app
Oh.
under my name stays the same too. So if you ever want me to troll somebody, just feel free to reach out, and I'll troll
How
the
do we
fuck out
know
of you.
when you're trolling?
Oh, you'll
Oh,
know.
you know.
You'll know.
Oh, you'll
It'll be
know.
unfucking. It'll be unmistakable. Professional troll. It'll be unmistakable.
Okay. All right.
All right, you guys have a good day. Sadawichi, good to see you. Paul, always good to see you. Jeff, Philip, good to see you. Later.
Jamie, take care. Good to see you.
Shit, what I would like to see more from YouTube is protection for content creators when they get P-bombed.
How would that work? What kind? How would that work?
I wouldn't know, but I'm sure that they've got the brains to figure that out. I mean, I got P-bombed for the other week, my first time. My own slip up. I just didn't think I'd seen this person. I thought I'd seen a person I knew. Invited them on. Next thing you know, this stuff came on. I couldn't even look at it and went, no, turn it off. But I think YouTube should do more protection that way.
Oh, YouTube, yeah. If there's a way
well,
to.
I mean, they as long as they don't strike your train, you got it. Well, it sucks though because you have to either edit that out or just take that video down.
I took the whole video down. I took the whole
I make it
Yeah.
private. The minute it happens, I end the stream. I set it to private, and then I can go back and clip it out after
Well,
that.
the guy who
Re-upload.
P-bombed me, he admitted it right to my face, and I was like, "That was you?" And he was like, "Yeah," because it was like almost like a rite of initiation, to make me aware.
That's not cool.
No, it was
That's not-
cool though because it taught me a lesson real quick.
Oh yeah, it taught me a lesson too. But
So,
it's not really cool.
Paul, you suggested a great idea. Do you have any kind of concepts to help reinforce that idea? Like for example, you said maybe YouTube will give me a chance to remove the video from my channel instead of striking my channel. Say, hey, we sent you a notification. Please remove this from our content because we noticed that there was inappropriate adult content here at this time, and then it'll show you a timestamp where they have a screenshot of that happening.
Well, they
and
can
then
automatically YouTube, because I'd done this once. I streamed something from somebody else's channel into my live once when I first started, and they said, "Look, y'all got an email saying this is thing be blocked to give you a chance to click this button to remove it, and we will remove it." So which I've done. I'm sure that they could do that with the P-bomb.
Okay. Okay. I like it. I like the idea because I'm on the same page because obviously as a content creator, it's not something I'm asking for. It's not something I'm requesting for it to happen. It's out of my control, and having something like that affect your potential income, and it's out of your control is not cool, right?
No, it's definitely not cool. No, I don't agree with it. There is some people who may deserve it. I'm not going to say any names, which channels they were. They may deserve it there, but should it be done? No.
Right. It's not. Yeah. Like, who's the arbiter to decide who deserves to get P-bombed, right?
Yeah. That's
So.
That's not cool. Doxing's not cool. You know.
Jess.
Doxing. Doxing and swatting. Those are. I mean, those could be criminal offenses, really.
I would definitely report if they tried it with me.
And P-bombing now in the UK, if you P-bomb from the UK, that is an offence actually now too.
Yes, there's more modern laws now for for the safety of providing more safety for the internet.
Yeah.
Bully laws. Definitely more bully laws. Anti-bully laws.
It's more to do about indecency laws over here. That type of thing.
Just the concept of decency laws blows my mind.
Is somebody done it over here? They kept on P-bombing this person, and then they're getting 5 years in prison.
Jesus.
No, I'm staying right here in the U.S.
You guys
dare try another country.
The English. There are. I said the UK. You guys have that weird not First Amendment, but your freedom of speech. Like if they can prove bullying or something, or you can get in big trouble, right?
I mean, using racial language and racial slurs against anything is illegal because it incites racial hatred.
Can you get arrested for calling someone a nonce?
No. Well, it depends. There has been somebody who's been sent to prison for repeatedly calling somebody a name and making out they actually are. But if you go, oi, you're being a bit of a d-head, stop being a nonce, mate, or I'll slap you. No.
Dang. Violence. Well, here you get suspended from school.
But yeah, we don't have jails. You can't get sent to jail here. You can get sent to a police cell, then you get your trial, then depends when your trial is, your trial date, or they put you straight into trial, then you can go straight from trial to prison.
Are you guys...
Give me that. Sorry.
Hey, Moose.
Go ahead.
Are your prisons overrun like American prisons?
Yeah, they are.
Really?
Yeah,
because can't be as bad as America. So big.
Yeah, we're getting loads of people from Europe coming in too. So European gangs.
It's even worse for them, Jess, because they don't have the land to build more prisons.
I was thinking that.
Yeah, we're using Victorian prisons.
And sorry to sidetrack, but just to look out for you, Jess. If you're thinking about having a StreamYard show or any kind of show where you have an audience that is open panel, have like a something that pops up when you bring up guests to hide them behind it. Like Jeff has
like a banner.
A banner. Yeah. Yes. That's one tip. It's gonna save your channel immediately, and it's easy to do, and a lot of people don't know about it.
Yeah, I've noticed. I've noticed banners. I might need some help when I'm serious about this. And I want to do it.
Too. Yeah.
30 minutes of you hopping in a StreamYard with one of us, and you'll be a professional by the end of it.
Yep, we got a producer right here.
And like, I even thought of like one of my first segments. I mean, it's not going to be like, because my son, he's really like, he's such a good, like, how can I explain this? Like, he's had he's in high school, but he's really good at history. And I love listening to history from him. And also I just love listening like ideas from him, and so I thought of like making a segment called like a segment, excuse me, of like the Z. Like it sounds stupid, probably not. I don't know, just stupid. You know how ideas roll off, but like the Z or segment, because he's part of he's a Zoomer, so there's that. That probably, but he's like have a reference, have a Zoomer that can actually tell other people our age what they're like, because I've noticed millennials and Gen X people are like, those Zoomers are crappy.
I don't need kids to tell me what I'm like. I don't need a child to clarify my life for me and my identity.
Oh,
What are
no, I'm
Zoomers
not
now?
saying
What generation are those? What age?
they're right after millennials. I'm not saying he would do that. I'm just saying, like, I would like to have a segment with my child, which I think would be fun, and talk
Yeah.
about history. But because he's really good at the history.
Would
like,
he do
I
it
wish,
with
like,
you?
yeah, I asked him. He even said, "Yeah, I would like to brush up and make sure I know what I'm talking about." And I said, "Well, honey, we don't, it's." But yeah, he was even like, he was so
It's
cool.
just the internet.
Like,
How old is your child?
He's old enough to be on the internet. I would not like to. Unfortunately,
All right,
he's
just be
old
ready
enough.
for criticism. That's all. That's all. Just be ready for
Well,
criticism.
he won't be a pitcher. He won't be.
Good idea.
He'll be a voice.
What
Good idea.
era of
So
history
I
does he
understand
like?
what you're saying.
Or does he
He'll
enjoy
be a
more?
voice. I'm sorry.
What era of history does he like or enjoy more?
You know what? I don't know, but he talks of. I'm not sure, but he likes it all. He's taken 2 AP classes, and that's hard enough. But they have to take a test, a college test, to get credit for this. So even if you got an A and an AP class, you still have to take this super hard college test, which most kids don't pass. And I'm not like trying to be like I am, I guess. But I don't mean to be. But he passed those 2 tests, and those are very hard tests to pass. Like,
Yeah, history
so
is.
yeah, and he's done with AP. He's like, Mom, I don't want to do that.
Because I'm currently going back into education, and I'm on my last year of my university degree of doing history.
Oh,
And I picked up, yes, and I picked up like a diploma of higher education, which means I've had enough credit for the 2 years because it's a 3-year thing. Then my next year I'll get my full degree.
Oh, that's cool. Congratulations.
brother.
Thank you.
But we'll be here. We'll probably be here when that happens.
Hope so. Then unless Russia decides to launch a missile or 2, or North Korea or China.
Yeah. We'll celebrate by launching. Yeah.
Launching
nuclear warheads.
Yeah, fireworks. There's a question: is college free? No, my university degree is costing me over £20,000.
Great question, dude.
What is that in American?
That'd be about $25,000 to $30,000.
That's like that's not like throughout. That's all it cost you.
That's everything.
Wow.
That is really good.
Is this in class university you had to attend or online? You're able to
Online.
do it from home.
Yeah, online.
Fantastic,
I do open.
dude.
I do open university.
Yeah, that's
And it's all online.
fantastic. Good job. I wish I had that ability. I struggle with the attention span of books.
Well, hopefully, what I want to do is because I've got a really major heart problem. I've got a bad heart problem. I'm facing either a life-threatening or a life-changing operation.
Oh,
You gotta keep everything to a low stress environment, or is this just a degenerate? Like,
It's nothing to do with stress. It's nothing to do with stress. I've got an aneurysm, and they're waiting to see if it stabilizes or it grows bigger. So
when's that?
Yeah, I don't
When's
know.
the operation?
I don't know when it's going to happen. They're just waiting to have you check to see.
Yeah, stay well, brother.
Yeah,
or the opposite and just glutton out.
Yeah, just go back
Yeah,
down.
the
Here's
opposite.
silence. Just call. Somebody get an ambulance.
Yeah.
I'm hopefully at the end of this degree, I may be thinking of taking a law degree afterwards
Oh wow.
to fill my time
Yeah.
if I can get the funding.
I think you will. Do you guys have? I would think you guys have grants like we do in the United States.
Yeah,
where
we
the
do
government
student
supports-
loans. We do student
Yeah.
loans here. But I was thinking of actually doing the law degree afterwards.
We used to do those here too.
What land? Grants or student loans? Because grants for United States is that it's paid for. You don't have to pay it back as long as you
Yeah,
qualify
you
for
talk
the grant.
We
Pell
call them
Grants.
scholarships. That's a scholarship over here.
Yes, same thing. Very similar.
Mhm.
We have those too.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
so
my
I won't be doing that. I'll be getting a loan from the government, which I'll need to pay back once I get a job, or if I get a job.
my ex, his, so like there's prepaid. There's this thing called you can, like, if you have a child, like, let's say you have a little baby, you can do prepaid college, and it will pay for you can pay like a certain amount, and it'll pay for their college, or they'll give it back to you. But anyways, so my ex, he had this thing called prepaid college. So he had 4 years already paid for by his parents. He got a full-time scholarship, okay, and then he also got poor people's, he got Pell Grants, and he got the the poor people. He got grants. You're poor, here you go, free college. So this guy had got $10,000 a semester. I mean, it was nuts.
Yeah, I remember the free poor people money.
We used
They
to
still
have,
do that, don't they?
well, we used to have a thing over here where if you're young enough, you work 4 days, and it's like an apprenticeship. You work 4 days. On the fifth day, they send you to college.
That's cool.
So, like for cooking, you'd work in your job as a trainee chef. Then the company would send you to college.
Yeah, that's
So
awesome.
chance.
That's a great incentive to go to work.
What would you do in college? Learn about the cooking, or like take math and stuff?
Well, you'd learn about the cooking. I mean, cooking involves a lot of things. Over here, involves a lot of paperwork too.
So it'd be related to the 4 days of work.
Yeah, be related to your job. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't sound bad.
So you get yourself a qualification. It's the same with more car mechanics. If you want to be a car mechanic, you do 4 days as working as a trainee in a garage. Then they'll send you off to learn to the college to pick up the essentials so you can get your qualification.
So are you going to school to be a teacher, Paul?
No, I actually picked history because I love history.
Well, how would you use? Are you just doing it for fun? Oh, you said you want to go to law, right?
Yeah, I'm sort of doing it because, like I said, I've got this. I'm sort of disability now because it's my conditions almost made me unemployable.
Gotcha.
Because if I went for a job, they're going to say, "Have you got any disabilities?" Yes, I've got a heart. What's happened? When do you need it? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's not good for a job, is it?
So sorry for this interview. We've been asking you 100 questions today.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So when you history, did you dive into all aspects of history, or did you hyper focus into certain areas? Like, for example, art history or world history, or
okay. So my history degree is a generalized history degree.
Correct. All right, I understand now.
So because it's a BA, it's a Bachelor of Arts. You learn your first modules is about art itself. So you get to learn how to look at a painting.
Okay.
What does the painting tell you? And you get to learn about music too, because music is an art. So you get to say, what is this music saying? What is the musician trying to tell you from the music? I mean, one of the paintings I done was this Italian Duchess, and she was high in this tower, and does, what is this painting telling you? And I said, well, it shows you that she's in the position of power. Because if you look at
power.
Yeah, if you look at modern buildings, where is the penthouse? Where does the CEO stay? High at the top. And I wrote, what else what else the painting's telling you? That is, she is poor. The reason why she is poor is because you can see the tower is dilapidated. There's cracks in the walls. There's cracks in the plaster and stuff like that. But you also could tell that she's from a position of she's a position of lordship or ladyship for the clothes that she was wearing and the pet she had. She had she had a King Charles Spaniel as a pet. These are not working dogs. These are lap dogs, and so you have to give descriptions of that in the first modules we get the degree. Then they'll go into history. I chose a bit of Irish history, and I've chosen Roman and stuff like that.
Fun. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. But when people talk about history,
Americans get so memorized. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I cut? I'm sorry.
So when you tell people that they expect you to know everything about history, and it doesn't work like that.
I was gonna make a joke about us Americans get so I said it right before. Memorize, whatever the word is. Sorry, you know what I'm trying to say. When we see a foreigner or we hear a foreigner, we like to ask them questions.
Well, Jess, do you enjoy history?
I do. That's why I love, like, my son. Like, he would talk to me about history stories, and I'd be like, oh, I don't remember learning this in high school, like, you know. And I just like love lists. That's the way I thought it'd be cool to like have like a little segment with him. And like, did you know the Mongolian people conquered the most land out of any I wouldn't know race or whatever, any empire, any empire ever.
That was Britain. Britain had the biggest empire. Then it was a Mongolian.
They can't. No, I got to now see the swine in my son. They conquered the most land, but they always would get their emperor would die, and so they'd have to start over. So they, instead of just starting where they were at, I don't know why. This is why my son needs to be here. But instead of starting where they were at, they'd have to go, but they'd go back and try again. And they'd go for, I mean, he said they went far. I can't remember how, but like, and I trust him. Like, this is fresh, new history.
They went from China to Europe.
Yeah, like really far into Europe.
And they killed enough people to lower the greenhouse gases of that year.
But they could have basically could have ruled the world, but their emperors kept dying. And for some reason, instead of starting where they were at, they just would go back to, and be like, okay, let's start over.
Well, they helped, if I remember right, I think they helped to destroy the Roman Empire too.
Probably. I don't know. But that's something I learned from my son. So if I had my son here, he could be like, hey, this is what I know.
Maniac with Mongolian beef. Yeah, man, I make that stuff. That's good.
But it's good that your son wants to learn the discipline.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. But one thing you're not like realizing is that, 200 years ago, 300 years ago, it took a long time to conquer land. It wasn't like today where you can just drop bombs and decimate like entire cities. Like back then, it took them years and years and years and years just to get across the land, just to get there. That's why they kept dying before they can conquer everything.
Well, it wasn't the Mongolians that kept going. It was their emperors. So it was silly. Like, that's one thing I would have to have him. Like, that'd be like probably the best thing, because it was, even he said it's silly. Like, the people, like the warriors, weren't dying. Like you said, it was hard to conquer that much land, and their emperors would keep dying. So instead of saying, okay, here's our base, and Poland or wherever, however far they got, here's our base, they'd be like, oh shit, we got to go back home. And they do it all over again. I mean, it's just one of those, like, look, if you look, I mean, the way I can't explain it the way he did, because he knows it like more than I do. But look it up. It's very interesting. It's one of those, I don't know if you guys knew that type thing, but it's kind of like, oh.
I like the way the Romans tried to take over. All right, the Romans did fight battles, and they fought long battles and hard battles. But they also built cities and tried to integrate the local tribes into the cities and make them part of the populace. And that's how the Roman Empire sort of grew.
Yeah, well, Hellenism did that too. Alexander's empire.
I like how the Chinese and the Japanese did it. They just build everything for you.
The Japanese went a bit too far in World War II, though.
Yeah. Hey, everybody has a dark side, okay, in their history pages.
Yes.
Yeah, Britain had a dark side too. Britain owned a third of the world, and some never set in the British Empire.
Well, there's literally the Dark Ages where they don't want to admit anything happened.
I mean, you know what? For the U.S. and as we're a baby country, and we have very dark history.
Yeah.
We're very young, and we're just a little baby. We're evil toddlers.
Demon children.
The apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
That's why Trump should win.
Don't say that. Trump is German and Scottish.
That was a good point. I like that. We learned it from you, Brits.
If you're going to do a job, you've got to do it right.
Yeah, we copied you guys. Yeah, we copied you. Thank you.
But how Britain was had conquered countries too wasn't with military force, even though some military forces used, is more economic. Putting in thing, especially with India. It wasn't the British Army that conquered India. It was the East Indian Trading Company that conquered India. It was a private company.
Yeah, that's impressive, bro.
Yeah,
that is impressive.
Well, tell that to the colonists.
Oh.
No, it is, but it is true that they did do that. The people who know that will know there was this. They've done it, but with the failure of the trading company, then the British government took over.
Could you imagine having permission from the government to expand territory?
That's that's funny. Like the British would colonize, and America would be like, "We're gonna have our base right here." We still do, of course. We still do it. We're gonna have our base right here. Make sure you guys are doing. You're acting okay. Okay. I mean, can you imagine if we had if British even had a base in on our land, we'd be like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? But we have bases in Germany, England, I mean, fucking everywhere.
Yeah, they're not going to tell us no.
We just hang out. We're just hanging, make sure you're doing okay.
If you look at modern economics with modern companies like Amazon, Coca-Cola, it's almost the same thing, creating economic empires.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard that
other
too.
Countries, and they're changing. We want you to change these laws to suit us. We give you these money, but we want this law to help us. Budweiser was a perfect example. World Cup, South Africa. When the World Cup was in South Africa, South Africans banned alcohol from the stadiums because Budweiser sponsored the World Cup. They had to reinstate alcohol in the football stadiums because of the sponsorship. It is almost the same type of thing, apart from killing and everything else.
And that's shitty because you think about all the shit that we have, as Americans, you just talk about Coca-Cola, Budweiser before we got bought out, or before they got bought out, and whatever, all these and Pepsi, Pepsi. But you know what? We, instead of having everything in our, instead of having Americans have factories and have the factories in America, it's all, factories are everywhere else. Instead of giving work
Mr.
to
Donald
our
J.
people.
Trump said he was going to fix that.
Yeah, let him do
okay.
Do you think Americans want to be factory workers? I was thinking about that the other day. I don't know.
I think they do.
I wouldn't mind that if they paid well. It's a mind-numbing job, but why not?
It's opportunity.
Michigan people. Michiganers were factory
people want
workers.
to be factory workers.
America was built in industrialism, wasn't it? It was built in the industrial, where America became
and on the backs of slaves.
Was the Industrial Revolution. Mass migration from Europe into the cities.
I mean, Ford really wasn't the person who invented the car. He's the one who invented the factory line.
Yeah. And look how American companies now are worldwide. Unless you're in Russia and you've been banned from everywhere. But how many American countries have influenced? How many American companies have influenced countries? Australia, known as a Ford country. You know, Britain, we're taking some Americanisms with us too now. You see McDonald's in Spain, you see French McDonald's, you know, but they adapt their recipes to fit what country they're in.
Yeah,
like Japan McDonald's is totally different from any other place.
And Japanese Christmas, they eat KFC.
Yeah.
Based. Do they call it fries? I mean, chips at McDonald's, like Big Mac, small chips, or do they still call it fry? Because they had the fry guys. They were like one of their little mascots. Do they call it the chip guys?
I think at McDonald's we can call them fries.
Okay. Well, good. At least they're keeping.
Yeah.
Part of America.
Unless you go to a chippy and say, "Can I have fries?" No, mate. Your chips, mate.
No offense to the people. I remember now that reminds me of when when George W. Bush was all, gung ho going to Afghanistan, Afghanistan, Iraq, and then France didn't want to help us, and I'll never forget freedom fries, not French fries.
Oh yeah, I remember that too. That was so dumb.
See, I can remember that.
Just dropped.
I can remember that day because on 9/11, I was actually cooking for 500 soldiers. And we used to have the radio playing on, and the radio played, and suddenly this news flash came in. And it said, a plane has hit the World Trade Center. And I went to my mate and said, that's got to be a weird way to die, because we just heard plane. I said, a little plane flying into the building. No, it turned into this jumbo jet. And it was like, what the hell? And everybody stopped cooking. And just listened.
It was crazy, brother.
Crazy. I was listening to Howard Stern when it happened, and he immediately said, I'll bet you it's that son of a bitch Bin Laden. Because Bin Laden had just bombed the USS Cole.
Did he really say that? Because we let the...
You can go back on YouTube and listen to the exact... I've done that.
Because, W let some Ladens or Bin Ladens out of the country. I remember that too. Sorry, but go ahead. I'm sorry not to finish your story. I apologize.
No. I just, you roboted a little, so I didn't catch what you said.
Oh, I was saying, because remember, because you said how Howard Stern said, I bet you was that son of a bitch Bin Laden. And, during that, where it was no fly zone. However, Bush Jr., he got some of the Bin Ladens out of here.
Oh yeah. For their
safety. Some of the Bin Laden family died near me a couple of years ago.
Oh wow!
They took off from this airfield. No, they were landed at the airfield, and the plane crashed and killed some of their family.
Oh wow!
But when I was cooking and when I was doing the 9/11, when the evening happened, the evening meal, presenting there, because you've got to stand at the hot plate and watch, because the soldiers will help themselves to anything, and so you've got to make sure that you have one portion at least. And one of the soldiers came up to me and said, "Did you hear what's happened?" And he goes, "No." I said, planes have hit the World Trade Center in New York." And he goes, "All right, so what does that mean for us?" I said, "You're going to war, lad." And he went, "Well, that's good, because that's what I'm getting paid for."
Wow.
Yeah, we had to, our camp, there's, I don't know if you know NATO alerts, but there's alerts there, and our camp went on 1 below red. The military town beside us went on red. All civilians had to get escorted off the camp and taken back home immediately. We were okay because we were a training camp. But anybody in a proper regimental barracks, any civilian, would have to be escorted off the camp and taken back home.
Someone said recently the United States is on orange right now.
Right now?
It
Yeah.
could be. Yeah, it could be.
What?
We're
Yeah,
on
Is
we're
some of
on
the
high
DEF CON
alert.
stuff?
Yeah.
Iran
Yeah.
had a plot to kill Trump allegedly.
If the old government got in and now, because we just had elections and there's a new government, if the old government stayed in, the old government would have done national conscription.
So you guys remember watching the security, the Secret Service thing with the lady in charge, and how they were going over all the, just how the Congress
I've
were
seen clips of it,
questioning her. And one of the guys, I'll never forget, it's so weird. And I'm glad you brought that up, that we're at level orange, because I remember watching it.
It says we're at 3. Yellow.
Yeah, this guy, but the guy, one of the congressman, this was, I don't know, a few days back though, he said, you do realize that Trump has been threatened by Iran multiple times, which I was like, what? Like recently. It wasn't like last year or when he was president. It had been recent. And I was like, what? And he said, and right now our security threat level is at as high as it was when 9/11 had happened. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, when were we going to know? But like, yeah, it's like, wow. Mind blown. Thank you.
See, what I don't understand about the Trump shooting, nobody should have to be shot for politics, no matter what politics you face. But there's people calling for the Secret Service to say they should have shot that guy. But the way the your gun laws work, is until you press that trigger, did he do anything wrong?
Yeah, they did shoot him eventually.
Yeah, they did shoot him, but until he proved that trigger, did he break the law?
I think once you're in that firing position, the intent to kill firing position, I would say yes. If you just have your hand on a trigger and you have the gun up, no, but your gun is aimed in a direction and you are in a firing position, I would say yes.
And he did a lot of surveillance beforehand. He did a lot of surveillance, which shows intent,
So
yeah, but he still never.
I'm sorry.
I understand your point. No, I understand 100% your point, and that was actually I heard the directive from the this Secret Service was not to fire until a threat was confirmed.
Oh. They did say he brought in something. I couldn't. I don't know what they said. I'm sorry.
Rangefinder.
Oh, thank you. Range. Like, what is that? Because I don't know.
You use to judge distances when you're going to be shooting at things.
Oh, and they said that was legal to bring in, and I didn't know what it was, but I was like, that can't be good.
Well, yeah, like a photographer could use a rangefinder.
Oh, I understand now. Okay, gotcha.
All you can say is, thank God he's a terrible shot. Anybody with some skill would have finished the job.
Yeah. That's why I know there's this tinfoil hat that it was an inside job. If it was an inside job, first of all, it wouldn't be playing out like that, like him right there. You know what I'm saying? I think God forbid.
Inside with who? What group? His own campaign?
No, inside job, like with inside America job type thing.
Like the government was assassinating a candidate for president.
Like, kind of. If it, there's people that say there's inside jobs, like Kennedy type thing. I don't know if you think it was an inside job or not.
No,
but
I'm not a conspiratard. People that are that mistrustful of the government could just stay home and not vote, as far as I'm concerned. Let the rest of us run the country.
That brings back another question too. Why is America, anything that happens, there's got to be 1,000 odd conspiracy theories to this?
That's true
it seems
too.
To be American problem.
You don't do that in Britain?
Not much, no. We take it is.
Actually, I know a few Canadians, so it's like maybe a North American problem, but it's definitely. I think it's social media. They see their brains pick up. First of all, some of it's confirmation bias, so they're seeing what they're already prepared to see, and they cherry pick little nuggets off of social media, and everybody's work off a different set, and they put it into their conspiracy narrative, and it keeps reinforcing itself. And I think without social media, it wouldn't near be on the scale that it is now.
I completely, I agree with you on that, Jeff. And I'm not really like a conspiracy type person, but when it comes to the Kennedys, there is shit that there is layers of shit. I'm not saying that it's conspiracy, but there is shit.
Oh, there's definitely conspiracies on those the Kennedy ones.
And I'm not talking about just the assassination. I'm talking about Maryland. I'm talking how they became rich. They became rich by being criminals. You know what I'm saying?
People have been telling those kind of stories about people in power since the beginning of time.
But that's true with the Kennedys. Like,
it's true
the way they got rich.
It's true about the royal family. It's true about the Bush dynasty. It's true about any group that people want to be on the outside looking in of, making stories about.
I think the US government was at fault at the Kennedy one is when they done the magic bullet theory. You know, when the bullet went through, one bullet went through several people at 7 different angles and turned around.
Okay.
No,
you know that one?
I need that.
I'm not really, but I didn't mean like conspiracy like with his assassin. I'm just saying like how the Kennedys became rich. It's not a secret. They were when the why can't I think of the name, when liquor was outlawed, they were, you know, they made that's how they became rich. That's not a conspiracy, that's just fact. You know what I'm saying?
Explains it being Irish. They need their liquor.
They were abolished and the you know what I'm saying? I can't think of the word. Help. What did they call it? I'm sorry?
They made moonshine?
No, yeah, but you know, when people were the prohibition laws. Thank you.
People say that about Trump too, that he got his money illicitly. Well, he became president somehow anyway. JFK did.
Yeah, Trump got his money through his family, didn't he? That's how he became
I don't know. They say the mafia was involved. There's all kind of rumors about how they rose to power, starting with his dad.
Yeah, his family was involved in the nuclear bomb.
Who, Trump's or Kennedy?
Yeah, Trump's family.
It's like the National Enquirer.
Yeah, Trump's family were helping behind the nuclear bomb.
What, you guys are leaving me out to hang dry, and I know you know what I'm talking about.
I'm just saying, like that I've heard that narrative about just about any group or family that's ever been in power. It's not unique to just the Kennedys. Like for some reason, people have this thing against rich people or wealthy people or people that I just assume if people are rolling in millions and billions of money, that they came by it some like not completely noble ways, and it doesn't bother me. I just know that that's what people do.
I don't care.
They get rich and they make money and they do things to do that, and I don't have a problem that happens because I don't know that humans are going to be any other way.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. Like I completely the prohibition was retarded.
I didn't
all
follow
I'm
that.
saying is, you know what I mean? Excuse my language. Sorry for the R word. I do apologize. But all I was saying is it's, you know, that's how the Kennedys got their money was through the prohibition. That's not a secret, and I'm not saying that's wrong. I mean, the prohibition was dumb, and it, you know what I mean?
This is new history to me. I didn't follow the Kennedys.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I didn't either. I guess none of it's interesting to me. That if that's how they got their money, oh well.
Yeah,
I don't know about the money. I just thought they were just rich. You know, one of these families you hear about, oh, they're the rich ones, they are. It's all gone quiet now.
Oh, Jeff, I was just thinking about that. we were talking about 9/11. I was thinking about where I was. But I was actually, I think, here on your channel in the chat, or either up here when the attack, the rally happened and the Trump thing happened. So technically, this will be a part of like my memory and history, bro. Which is crazy to think about.
Oh, I think a bunch of us got together and watched.
You're sitting here right here.
Because I think it happened off stream. I think it was off stream, and I saw it come across Twitter or the news or something, and then everybody started streaming about it. And so I either started a stream or I hopped on a stream, and then everybody started watching the footage. But the actual event, I think, happened before a lot of the streaming started.
Well, what I remember is that you're watching Midbro live, doing like a concert thing, like in a street event, and we were waiting for him to get that notification when he would go live. Yeah, that's what I remember. It was like, I think Jeff was,
because he was playing with his band in this empty parking lot to like 5 people. Yes, and everybody, the whole world knew what had just happened, and they had their headphones on. So none of them knew, and they were like jamming out, and the world had just been delivered this tragic news.
Yeah,
and we were waiting to see how long it would take for them to realize what just happened.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. You're part of my history now for that like world history event for me, bro.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I remember forever now, Jeff.
London got hit by the suicide bombers.
The bus bombers?
Yeah, the bus bombers and the underground.
How does that happen, dude? Is it because your borders are so open? How does that happen?
Well, it evolves for people inside. I mean, you look at London. London's got a population of 8 million people. It's got a population bigger than Scotland.
Yeah, well, we have a huge population, but we don't have that type. We have, but
when you're in the city, you don't notice people, do you? You can walk freely in the city.
Correct.
If you've got a backpack, who's going to notice a backpack on somebody? Do it easy. 5 people, separate times, bang, 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 easy done. Anybody could do it. That's a sad and disgusting thing. It can happen any time.
It is the most. It is the. We call it something, but it's the meta way of doing things. Most effective way. Time to attack. Most effective time attack.
We're sort of used to it in Britain because we've had terrorist attacks since since for a long time, because we've had terrorist attacks from Irish dissidents, from the IRA and stuff, people like that before, but never as a suicide attack. That was the first time.
Did it change anything?
Yeah, it changed the way we thought. It changed a lot of things. Even 9/11 changed a lot of things for us over here too. It's all a combination. The war on terror changed a lot for us.
You said it. How'd you word it? Did you say it was a Muslim bombing, or how'd you word it?
Suicide. So we've had no. I said we've had suicide. This is our first suicide attack that we had.
Okay. Now, did you guys have the same effect that we had in the United States? The negative effect, where if you were a certain type of person, that we were looking at you sideways because you might have been associated with bombers.
You're always going to have that when that type of thing happened. It happened with happened with the Irish too. People started seeing Irish people different because of the IRA attacking.
Yep.
It would happen.
We still do that.
Yeah, no, it's. So some people are going like this. They said it's the Muslims. You need to chuck the Muslims out. There's over 2 billion people who worship Islam. If they're all going to attack, we'll know about it.
Oh my gosh!
Right? It's only
about that, bro.
And Muslim. Christianity is the biggest religion, and Muslims actually catching up.
Yeah. So you imagine 2 billion people attacking you from one religion. This is a small sect of that one religion. This is not every single Muslim is doing it.
So it's unimaginable for me to. Could there ever be a holy war again?
I hope
not. They say if you fuck with that mosque or whatever that is in Jerusalem, that would start one.
Yeah. Some people say the war against ISIS was a holy war because they were Islam.
I was thinking that.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so then governments would allow a holy war in a sense. They would just label it differently.
Yeah, it'd be labeled
But
different.
what about? I don't. Maybe that could be different. But what about what's going on right now? Because we're not in it yet. But the whole the whole Israel and the Palestine.
Well, that Israel and the Palestine thing won't affect us. What will affect us more was what's happening in Ukraine. That is going to affect us more.
Oh yeah.
Israel and Palestine. Israel. There's always problems there. Israel's going to be fighting in the Middle East.
There's always going to be problems with Russia too.
Yeah, but Russia hasn't been a war like this for ages now.
Oh, do you think it's going to make a difference which one wins the election as to what happens?
Question, Jeff. Great question, dude.
That is a good question. And that's something we won't know.
Is Trump going to stop things? No. Is Harris going to stop things? No.
You guys have
again.
Prime Minister.
Putin is a man who will do his own thing. Putin is a strong leader. I don't care anybody says.
So Trump's deluded when he thinks before he even takes office, he's going to end the Ukraine war.
Yeah, he's not. Putin knows what he wants to do, and he'll stick by it. And there's an old Russian. I used to work for Russian, and he said there's an old Russian proverb: if you can't fix anything, throw as many men into it as you can. And look what's happening.
They just
in
go
Ukraine.
along with it.
Yeah, Russians throwing men into Ukraine and throwing them into a meat grinder, and the same with Ukraine. They've both almost got the same type of attitudes.
Like, do you think America would ever step into the war in Ukraine?
Only if a NATO ally was attacked.
And do you think Russian soldiers have enough heart to go against the United States? Like, I honestly wouldn't want to go to the United States. If I saw U.S. soldiers hit the ground, I'm like, bro, I'm done. You guys have better toys than we do.
We should never underestimate the Russian bear.
The Russians have the fucking. I looked it up because I was after I watched that movie, Oppenheimer. I was curious about all, like, God forbid, the horrible weapons that we've all created as men. And and when I say as man, I'm saying mankind. The Russians have what can I think of it? Like the hydrogen shit and stuff. Like
Russia's got one of the biggest bombs in the world, but they only got one.
Exactly. Thank you.
But they do have the massive missiles. But whereas Russia got the heart, well, we have to look at the two prime examples. You have to look at the First World War, where Russians retreated and created their own revolution to bring back the USSR. Then you'd have to look at the German advance into Russia, and they were almost at Moscow. Only they could see Moscow through binoculars, and they got pushed back. So biggest mistake would be for anybody to attack Russia directly.
You're right. We're trying not to.
Yep, Russia's biggest mistake is trying to attack. Nobody wants a Russia and NATO conflict because there'd be no winners. Absolutely no winners. First missile flown over, then you'll see 30 odd, and we'd be.
Is there reason to think that there would be one? I don't think Russia would cross that line.
What? Sending a nuke?
Provoking NATO.
Oh.
Well, yeah. I mean, they're provoking NATO now. You think about it. They're sort of losing this war in Ukraine. They are. So they're not fulfilling their objectives. So it's the best way of fulfilling your objectives is to create a diversion. Another diversion would be try to attack a NATO country.
I just don't know what they would gain from doing that. Like why they would escalate to that level.
The power.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a big risk. That's not. It doesn't look like it's a risk that's going to come down in their favor.
Who took the risk in invading Ukraine?
But that's not NATO.
No, but he knew what would happen once he invaded. He knew all this stuff would happen. They just saber rattle. When you hear the papers, Putin says he's going to launch nukes. Putin says he's going to do this. It's just the saber rattling to get people frightened. They all knew what was going to happen once they attacked it. The trouble is, they wanted to knock out Ukraine as soon as possible. They couldn't.
As part of a larger plan to attack a NATO country?
When
they can barely get Ukraine?
Yeah, but
they're going to try to go up against NATO? That just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, but again, you've got to look at the history of between the two countries. Look at the peoples. You've got these countries on the border between NATO countries and the border between NATO and Russia are weaker countries. There's only one country that's going to come out of this really, really well, and that would be Poland. Poland has built up its forces something dramatic.
I still don't understand what Russia gets out of attacking a NATO country.
Part of the old USSR.
But then they would be at war with NATO, which they're not going to win. What would they gain from that? Putin doesn't seem that stupid.
Iran's becoming part of
like he's going to risk a world war just to get a little tiny piece of Russia back from NATO.
It's not a tiny piece of Russia, is it?
Compared to NATO, it's tiny.
How many of those border countries were part of the USSR?
I still don't understand why he would provoke NATO. Like why that would be militarily advantageous.
Well, you may be right in that, but also a way of testing out weapons. How many new
especially when I see what's happening in Ukraine. Like I definitely wouldn't risk provoking a NATO country after the adventure in Ukraine and the way it's going.
But they're saying that Russia hasn't sent its full force into Ukraine.
But then I don't know what game they're playing. They have this secret army that can win at any moment just like that, and they're just pretending to have this really bad army that sucks, and they're prolonging the war for years and years when they don't have to. Even that seems dumb. Maybe I just don't understand the psychology of Russians. It all seems dumb. Like if this was a board game, they would be playing very poorly to me.
Honestly, any war is dumb.
But some are executed more intelligently than others.
Yes, some are.
Jeff, I got to drop down, but thank you for having me up again, and good seeing all you guys.
You too.
Nice to meet you, mate. Look after yourself.
See you around.
Drop your channel one more time. I want to check it. If I hit the button, will I leave StreamYards or? I mean, not the button.
I don't know. It's different for everybody because it depends on what device you're on and all that stuff.
Drop your own channel if you don't mind, because you have a channel, right?
Yeah. Let me see if I can find it.
Don't want to.
And Jeff, I'm on the same.
Good subscribers, believe me.
Yeah, I'm on the same boat. I'm gonna head out. Boom. I appreciate you guys answering my questions. That was really fun. It was really fun talking to you all. You'll have a good weekend. Peace.
Yeah. Phillip, wait. Oh shit! I want him to drop his channel too. Drop your channel.
It's in the comments, so if you miss it, you could just go back and get it from the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what? I can't drop anything in the chat because I'm on panel.
I put it in the chat.
Oh, you did? Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you put it in back chat though, or is it only in front?
There.
All right. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Everybody.
I think I'm gonna head out too. I gotta do shit. But
Okay.
Jeff,
Okay.
as always, it is a pleasure, my friend. And I like talking to you, Jeff, and I like your panel. You guys have a very diverse group of people. And Paul, thank you so much for answering our 20 questions.
That's right, no problem.
Oh, Paul, do you have a channel, hon?
Yeah, this is it.
It's Paul Morrison.
Yeah, the discussion salon.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Paul. And
very welcome.
yet again, thank you, Jeff. If you could see me, I'm saluting you, Jeff.
You what?
I said, if you could see me, I am you can't. I'm just saluting you, hon. I'm just
Okay,
playing around.
well, take care to you too, and we'll see you around.
All right. Thank you, honey.
Yourself.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, Paul. Well, thank you too. It was a pleasure.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Glad you stopped by. Thanks for the chat
You're
and the
welcome,
information.
All right.
We'll see
Hope
you
you do
around.
it again sometime. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, we're here every day. So.
All right, man. Look after yourself. Peace out.
Peace out. Take care. All right. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, bye, me, LA Spike, Maniac, everyone. Daniel Price, I'm sure he's up in there somewhere. Yeah, Maniac did a lot of commenting to himself, or to us. Yeah, thank you, everyone, and I'll be back tomorrow. All right, take care. Here we go. Thanks. Take care.